Hey, welcome, everybody from around the world. We are live on YouTube and Twitch. My name is Jerry, 3DHP, and we've got Matt right there, and we've got Kenny. What is going on, everybody?
May the fourth be with you.
Yes, may the fourth be with you. Or may the Schwartz. Hello, welcome. Jerry.
You see him? Huh? Star Wars? I'm in my Star Wars thing.
Nice. Let's just go back to
Yeah, cool. I don't have a Star Wars shirt yet.
My dog's getting ready to bark at me here. Have a crack and leave me alone. Every time I start talking, she starts growling, thinking, oh, he's talking to somebody. Let me growl and give me more food.
You know why? Because you're excited when you talk live. You talk differently when you're off air. Because you're more like silent, more calmer. But once we go live, you're like full of action and full of energy. You know, that's what dogs react to. You know?
Yeah. The other day, I kind of had a problem.
Listen to Caesar Milan, you know? So
I'm sitting there at my computer. I hear a sound like a cracking sound.
I actually met Caesar Milan a couple times or 3 times, I think. Yeah, at least twice or 3 times I met him. Yeah.
I'm telling a story.
Go ahead.
I'm playing the violin. Go ahead.
Little tiny violin. I hear a cracking sound. I turn around in my chair. I look at my dog laying underneath Alien. I don't see anything wrong. I turn back around and crash, bang, boom. If you can see, my Alien behind me isn't standing anymore. The Alien where I had it glued together, which was 35 rolls of filament. And there's a bungee cord you can see behind me where it's attached to the wall on the waist so that if there's ever a tremor or anything crazy happens, it won't fall over and break. It came unglued at the waist. And looking at it, I didn't have enough gloop on it, and the parts evidently weren't pushed together well enough that they bonded and it fused the plastic together. So after 4 months, the Alien came down. My dog is laying below it. It landed right in front of my dog. I don't think any of it hit her, but it broke off some fingers and an arm and a leg and a tentacle and lots of parts. So I got a hold of my friend Mike Gordon over on Facebook. He does a lot of Star Wars stuff, and he said use 2-part epoxy next time. So I bought some 2-part epoxy that he recommended. No, the doggy never got hurt. I was more worried about the dog than the model, obviously, but yeah, I got some 2-part epoxy. When I get around to it, I'm going to try to start gluing it all back together. And then Paul the Alien that broke a long time ago was in pieces that I finally glued together. It was sitting right in front of the Alien, right by its crotch on the pedestal. It fell over and shattered again. So anyway, bummer, but it happened. I'll show you the picture here in a minute. I got to pull it up on my computer, but yeah, stuff happens. So that's why in my video, if you've seen my short, I shared it twice. I uploaded it from my phone, and then I edited it and uploaded it from the computer. And I didn't know if it would actually show up as a short, even though it's titled that way. So I taped it. I go, son of a bitch. That was my keywords to what happened. So I wasn't extremely upset. Things happen, but you know, it's a shame. So now I got to fix it.
Yeah, you were. I'd be upset.
Yeah, it's pretty irritating, but things happen.
Yeah. And I'm sure he's had a few other words too.
No, I didn't throw a big fit. I was more worried about falling on my dog and getting hurt, but the dog appeared to be fine. And she was like where she was laying and where the Alien was laying. I'm thinking, okay, maybe an arm might have smacked her, but I don't think she got hit. She didn't yet, and if she would have got hit, she would have yet. So
yeah,
sure, it's scary.
Yeah, dogs normally do that. Lily,
yeah,
with it.
Anyway,
yeah, my son is making food for my wife and himself, and looks like my doggy wants to have some of it.
Here is some
making fish and chips.
Oh, I love battered fish and chips. Deep fried, battered, crunchy. I love deep fried, battered fish and chips. Let me throw a banner up here for those that are watching. Let's see, which one are we using? This one right here. We'll be giving away 1 roll of Ziltech filament today, USA only. You can win it anywhere in the world, but it must go to a USA address. So if you're one of those people that say, well, I never win nothing, you can enter. But if you're in chat and present and win it, I can either redraw or you can gift it to somebody else. And then later we'll be giving away a roll of Polymaker filament also.
Man, this is already May. Wow.
Yeah. Leave it in pieces. Yeah.
May.
And
So
May the 4th be with you.
right.
Yeah, let me grab my cell phone. So what else is going on, guys? What's new and exciting?
I bet tomorrow there's going to be a taco eating contest. I predict that. Tomorrow, taco eating contest. Cinco de Mayo. So.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
Anyway. Yep. May 5th, Cinco de Mayo.
No, Day of the Dead.
They're talking about high winds in Vegas today. I mean, like 50, 60 miles an hour. And I haven't seen it yet, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we had some wind a couple days ago.
Today.
All right. So
yeah, I've not been doing nothing the past 3-4 weeks because I was not feeling very well. So I'm just getting better now a little bit and getting used to the medication, So anyway, I've been doing something for my local church. Yesterday, I went on a stroll and I went past the church and the vicar, or the pastor, was standing outside, and I walked by and I said hello, and because we had to go there before we got married to get
you can try. Keep talking. I'll interrupt, and you can keep talking. You can try. I don't know if it'll work or not.
Basically, we had to get a piece of paper there before we got married, and then we got married in another church. Anyway, long story short, he knew I was 3D printing, and I had my hoodie on, and he said, "Oh, I know you." And I said, "Yeah, I know you too." and you're the 3D printing guy, and I said, "Yeah." And we started talking, etc. And yeah, I did some printing for him, and that's what I made for him.
Oh, nice.
That's basically the church logo. So I made it a little tray. So, but 3 of them I have to redo because they were tested, and as you can see, the first one is very bad compared to the,
So like coasters?
Yeah, coasters. Yeah, this one is not as good, as you can see. There's certain parts missing of the letters compared to this. This is nice,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Oops, dropped it all.
Here we go. Here's a picture. Here's what happened. When I turned around, here's what I'm looking at. And the dog was laying back by the arm, right in front of that gray base, is where she was laying on the floor. So the arm might have hit her, but the majority of it didn't land on her. But yeah, there's a bunch of pieces.
And legs sticking out from that table. Like,
Chris Mink, what's going on? Channel member Chris Mink here, everybody.
This week, Jerry didn't get kidnapped, so we couldn't hold him for ransom.
Yeah.
Yeah, his internet's actually working for once.
Yeah, it hasn't dropped. It's got better. I got on Amazon. I looked at my modem. It had a 2-year warranty. I've only had it for a year. I found out the number on Google. I called the company. They answered in India. I was on the phone with the lady for about an hour. She had me check a bunch of different things and send her a bunch of different information. When it's all said and done, she said, tell Cox Communication to change such and such in their computer, and it should solve the problem. Called Cox. They made this change. Didn't solve it, but it made it 1,000 times better. So I'm still dropping occasionally, but it wasn't as bad as it was. So evidently, and then when I called Cox back, somebody in the Caribbean, I think, answered. So, anyway, I don't know.
Wow.
Everybody outsources their stuff to other countries.
Yeah, we don't do this anymore so much here in England. Too much bad experience. Because we had scams going, like literally people working in India,
Oh, Sergio?
And you would call them up to the company, and they would write down all your personal information, and yeah, they wrote down all the personal information, and they used it on the to do the
Hey,
scams.
Sebastian.
Some of those people over there, so they quit it doing it.
Yeah, Sebastian,
companies.
Comgro was on live last week, and I used to be a long time ago when Comgro had all their lasers out. I was reviewing a lot of their lasers and stuff, and they had made me a mod on their channel. Well, when they were live a couple days ago, I was asking them about wanting to still review the SV08. They didn't answer me in my comment in chat. So since I was a mod, I shared my email address and said, please contact me, which they didn't. I just thought it was kind of funny, though, since I was able to mod, I was able to post my email in chat. So anyway. And then I contacted Ben. I PM'd him. He's like, "Oh no, there's no more units to review." Anyway, I knew they'd say that, so whatever. At least I got a response. So.
Yeah, I'm planning to do some lithophanes this week coming up, so I have some plans. I'm planning at least 2 or 3 lithophanes this week coming up. So keep an eye on my Facebook page and Polymaker website.
What are they going to be of? What are they going to be of?
Well, I can't
Secret?
say till you. Yeah, well, it's not a secret. It's a lithophane, but there's so many different shapes and.
Well, you got a Comgro printer that's 500 by 500 by 500. Are you actually going to do a big lithophane?
I did already. I showed it off.
Do more than one.
Yeah. I will do it, but I have other plans for that machine right now.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Because I have a person, he wants me to do quite a few drones for him, parts. So, and the drone what he building is huge, and so I'm gonna use this to make a frame or partially make a frame on that printer. So you have a with 8 propellers, and then he wants to make one with 4, and basically it's. Actually, I printed one out already, a part. But this basically the whole size of the printer.
Okay.
So, and it's going to be a motor on top and a motor on the bottom. So it have double impellers, and yeah, this he says it's going to be a lot of lifting power. And what he wants to do is, I don't know actually what he wants to do with it. I don't care. As long as
Kenny,
I get paid for it,
Kenny, are you chewing gum or is that your tongue? Oh, you're eating. Okay. All right.
I eaten before.
You can hear it?
Yeah.
No, I see your jaws going up and down. Just wondering.
I'm gumming some Fritos, okay?
Okay.
Then I got my teeth in.
All right.
So I look like a cow when I ain't got my teeth in.
Yeah, whenever I go out to eat, I put my hand in front of my mouth when I chew.
Shh, Lily.
Anyways, so and what's keeping me semi-busy is I am still making crosses for customers. The Our Father cross that people have seen.
All right.
Since what, the holidays is when it first came out. But I got to make a couple more. I got a repeat customer, insurance guy in Texas. His girls in the office, like I said, insurance office liked them. So I got to make a couple more and get them out to them.
Here you go. One of my designs.
Yeah, $50 a pop. That's nice. I made
and it stands.
I made it for my sister. I made a one of my first 3D prints was one of those. What do you call that when you can flexes? Was that 3D?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. It has joints between the letters. But yeah, it was like that.
This?
Sort of, yeah. But hers was blue.
That's blue.
Yeah.
So
that was dark blue, the one I gave her. Oh,
yeah.
And another one of my first prints. It was supposed to be a cat like that. Now, since we, our pets are cats, for some reason it came out with 6 legs.
Yes, I did design it.
No, I'm saying it was supposed to be 4 legs, but when it was done printing, it was 6 legs because and it was supposed to do one of this too. I mean, what do they call that? I mean, I know I see it all the time on these
cat?
model pictures. No, the dragon that does that, the fish that does that.
Articulate.
Articulate. That's the word I'm looking for.
Articulated.
Anyways, yeah, articulated. But anyways, I tried to make an articulated cat for my wife Janice, and for some reason, it came out with 6 legs instead of 4.
I got one of those.
I couldn't even move it.
I got one of those fish emblems, Matt, in my garage. To that shape, it's a magnet, and it says "Support your local strippers" on it.
Yeah, only you.
Okay.
Hello, Betty Boop. LB Betty Boop is in chat. She's on Twitch.
Yeah, PC. I made both of them. It's my design. I might think about. I have to look around. I made it like a year or 2 ago. I mean, I made a lot of designs, and I made it originally for a family member, I think, and somebody here who goes regularly to church and all that. And he said, "Yeah, can you make me one?" I said, "Yeah, sure." So I made him a few crosses, and so you saw it all in the past, some of the crosses I made. But the person I gave my T300 to, the one I won from Sam Prentice show. So all his printers were gone, so I gave him the T300, and he's over the moon with it, and he starts printing with it for the past couple of weeks now, and he's pretty happy with it. So
How's your big laser doing, Kenny? Have you been doing all your crosses on it?
My what?
Have you been doing all those Our Lord crosses on your big laser in your garage?
Yeah, primarily. And the reason why I chose that or the Raleigh is I don't have to do any pre-work or post-work. Meaning,
how many have you been able to do? How big of a sheet have you put in there, and how many have you banged down at one time? Or have you tried to do multiple ones at one time?
Yeah, I usually put in a 2x4 sheet from Lowe's or whatever, and they actually have flat stuff in lately. So I've been buying it from my Lowe's down here, and like I said when I was texting you that one time, I do upright and then upside down, which to me seems sacrilege. Anyways,
get them tight.
Yeah, get them tight, and I'm able to probably punch out about 4 or 5 on one sheet. And then, of course, I got to do the base pieces, and I try to squeeze the base pieces in.
Hey, Pete.
If I have to rotate them or whatever.
Do the upside down crosses sell better than the ones that are right side up?
Hey, can I tell you a Biden joke? No, anyways.
Okay. He's just talking about the way he lays them out, guys. I'm just being a smart ass. 2 passes or one? 2 passes or 1 pass?
1.
Cool.
I mean, with a 130, you're going to ask me 2 passes on a quarter inch?
When you first started out, you got to figure out your feeds and speeds. So then you do all the tests.
I got it dialed in by now. I mean, they come out clean.
Nice.
I have no knowledge about lasers, so
about that only one section I have a problem with is that one line, the trash or after daily bread, that one line, the font on that line is really skinny, the font. And that's where the weakest point on that cross is, that one line after our daily bread. And I wish.
Chris Mink is in
chat. I had trouble with that too.
Chris Mink is in chat, and I made a few for him and sent them to him, but I didn't have them glued together. Chris had to glue them together. And the reason I'm making this comment is that Kenny has made some and sold them, but he's gluing them to the base, which makes them harder to ship in a larger box. And I think in flat packing them, it shouldn't have been I'm sure it wasn't a big deal for Chris to put it in the base and put some glue on it and glue it up, quick and easy. And it saves a lot of time.
But I'm charging my people $50 a pop.
Okay.
For just a little wood cross that I can punch up like that.
Yeah, with free shipping.
No. I just do the pirate shipping and they don't have any problem. I had one guy that for a sister, he gave me 100. And then I found out how much it cost to ship to her because she's rural in Missouri. And I seen her at the picnic. Had I noticed she wanted one. Anyways, but yeah, she's all the way rural in Missouri. And he seen what I paid for shipping, but that was my first one. So he threw me another 40. And I made 60 on that one clear on that one.
Cool.
And again, I'm giving 10% just because I choose to. I'm giving 10% everything I bring in net to St. Jude's.
Okay.
Because in memory of people that I know that I lost to cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah, I do a lot of charity work, you know, mental health.
Well, St. Jude's, of course, is, you know, kids with cancer.
Yeah. I do mental health charities. I do Royal British Legion, the Poppy Appeal. I do, but it looks like the person who did last year the Poppy Appeal with me looks like I think he's not gonna last longer. He's very ill right now, and I don't think he's gonna do this year. Royal British Legion, as he became very fragile in the last couple months, and I'm not sure, but I heard something that he might had a fall and broke a hip, and so yeah.
I finally sold my Ghostbuster card too. I finally got that sold on Etsy to a man in Arizona. Etsy took over $100 in fees on three different things. They took over 100 in fees. It cost me in packing and shipping. It cost me $80. So once it's all said and done, I didn't make very much on it, but it is what it is. I finally got it in somebody else's hands, and maybe they can finish the card and enjoy it. They left me 5 stars and a good review on Etsy, so I appreciate it.
That's good.
And so far, I've only had one cross break. I mean, here I am in, you know, Vegas Valley Lake Cherry. This one went to La Mirada. For people who don't know the West Coast, from here to La Mirada, we're talking, I can get there in 4.5 hours, you know, into California. So, yeah, and that was the only one. But so I just hit another one. So all it really cost me was shipping to replace that and a little bit of wood, you know, more wood.
We have somebody popping in. Hold on.
Lady, go ahead, bring her in. Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
Hey, guys.
How are you doing today? How goes it?
Oh, it's going crazy. This is the last week before my big trip. So
see you next week.
I've got like 30 minutes before I've got people showing up today. So I'm giving y'all as much as I can, but it's going to be a while before I can get back on. So I'm here.
I seen a post on Uniformation this morning. Somebody said that they put their cover on their vat, but they can't close the door. I said, well, then take the cover off. And, you know, you don't have to have a cover on the vat. I said, if you're going to leave the door up for an extended period of time, then put your cover on to keep debris from maybe getting in your resin. But other than that, you don't need the cover on. So
yeah,
they haven't
mine never made it out of the bag. It's still in.
Yeah, I don't use covers, but it's a nice thought, but don't need them.
Yeah. I mean, there's people that do it the right way where they print their print and they empty the vat and clean everything and be done. My vat never gets cleaned.
Me not either.
I just refill.
I haven't printed on my resin printer in probably 6 months, so I got my vats are dry right now because I haven't used them. I got so many hobbies. I'm doing other things. So.
Oh my God, I know. I've been resin printing like crazy, but it's all been commissions.
Mm-hmm. I didn't print for probably also like 6 months, and I still have resin in there. It really started separating where the color went on the bottom and the oil is on top.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, if that happens, I always start stirring for like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then I put some fresh one in to top it up, and it works.
Yeah.
So,
I did learn my lesson that way. My Hallett Light, I got the GK2, I got something other printer. I got the Hallett Mage printers. So the Hallett Light just kind of went on the back burner, so it wasn't getting used. And it was probably about 6 months later, and I was like, oh, I better empty that vat. So when I emptied it and I went to scrape it, all of the paint around the side of the vat has I can just scratch it off with my fingernail. So it will mess up your paint eventually. If you've got a metal vat, and some of the vats are plastic, so you wouldn't have
That's
to worry about it.
interesting that Elegoo has that new printer that on each layer it tips to peel. So it's not pulling straight up pull force. It tips and then peels itself from the corner. But what's bad about it is that's just one more thing that can go wrong in the whole process.
Yeah.
It's something else that can take the printer down. But
I mean, I can see where that's going to help with failures with people that are new to resin printing and they don't have, they don't have it down to where they orient their model and hollow and put their holes right and support right, and where they're going to have that big suction force, and that tilt is going to help that. And it's a good price printer. It's a nice looking printer. I saw it at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap.
And I have done the big mistake of having my GTA2 open, and my shed door flew open, and the sun just happened to be up that direction, and came through the door. So I had this film across the top of my vat, in line with that sunlight. It looks so cool. I mean, I had it,
Hey, hobby, man.
I skimmed it off, but it was pretty cool. Because I looked at it, I'm like, man, it's just like a thin layer.
Yeah, Mia did that same thing. She lifted the lid and she had her window open at home with her printer, and she said it just made a skin over the whole thing.
So you just skim it off.
I've been doing a lot of FDM printing, and while my niece will turn 5 June 14th, and I'll still be gone. So I was like, what can I make her for her birthday? She loves games.
How long did you say you're going to be over there?
What?
How long did you say you're going to be over there again?
6 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, she's going to meet us.
Yeah.
Me and my wife, yeah.
I'm meeting a lot of people from 3D printing.
Did you say you're going to Germany too?
No. I'm going to England and Scotland.
Okay.
Do you see that, Jamie?
Oh, my homeland, Scotland. I know I've never worn a kilt. My dad did. My dad did.
That would
I
be
didn't
awesome.
I didn't have the alien gloop well enough, and after 4 months, it separated where I had the waist glued to the upper body.
No.
It didn't hit my dog that was laying behind it. It landed right in front of her. But Paul has already been broken in the past, if you remember. And I finally had Paul back together, sitting at the base of the alien. It was on the platform, and he got it. Anyway.
So you're going to fix it, right?
But yeah, I got my 2-part epoxy. I'm not going to use gloop on the waist. I'm going to use 2-part epoxy and properly glue it.
Yeah.
That way it'll never come apart.
What you might think about also is drilling holes and pegging it with like dowel rods.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I've had a few people suggest that to me.
So I've been printing on my bamboo a lot because I love it. And she loves games. So I was like, what can I make her that she's going to love? Because Aunt Jamie makes her all of the cool things. I found this game on Maker World, and it is so cool. This is the box. This is the box, right? Okay, so you have a little pizza pan that you have to do your stacking on. And you have this little spinner wheel that you spin, and then you have all these pieces of all these pizzas. This is the cheese pizza. There's the pepperoni pizza.
Oh, cool.
More pepperoni.
Looks like it's Little Caesars.
That's the sausage pizza. And what you do is you spin the spinner, and you have to stack them. See, they're different heights.
Yeah.
So you have to stack them, and whether it's up or down, you can either place them this way or you can place them this way. But you try to see how high you can stack them. But I can't get past about 4. Because they
really cool.
They don't want to stand up because see they're But I thought she's gonna love that, and it turned out so cute. So that's what she's gonna get for her birthday, and
nice.
I won't be here to give it to her, so my mom's gonna give it to her. Yeah, I thought it was so cute. Oh, and it has, if you land on,
Give her one of your stickers to go with it, and then she can put it on her laptop or phone or her schoolwork and take it to school and have more advertising.
But she's only 5. She's going to be 5.
Kindergarten.
She doesn't
Her
go
back-
to school yet.
Put a sticker on her backpack.
Oh, Jamie, can you do me a favor when you come over to the UK?
Sure.
Can you bring me some Velveeta cheese? Like a block?
I know you didn't just say, bring me some Velveeta cheese.
Yeah, we don't get this over here, so.
Why? Ooh.
It's got so much salt in it,
For
man. Dude.
macaroni and cheese.
Ugh.
It's got so much, dude. That I used to get it all because they sell it at Costco, and that stuff.
Matt,
That's where I used to get it from.
Yeah.
you can't buy Velveeta shells and cheese at the store over there, Matt.
No. Have to
What
order.
about Amazon?
I think
Amazon, you should be able to get anything.
no, not over here.
If I have room right now, we're packing carry-on only for 6 weeks.
Yeah. All right, no problem.
So if
Yeah,
I can
I'll go
make
to
room,
If you can, it would be nice.
if
Thank
I
you.
can make room, I will bring you some Velveeta. I'll sure do it.
Throw in a can of Spam too.
No, we
God.
have that. We can keep that.
I bought a can of Spam a couple months ago, sliced it up, threw it in a
Oh, that
skillet,
makes me
grilled it
sick.
with some eggs. And God, was it salty? I couldn't eat it. I couldn't handle the salt level.
My husband loves the jalapeno Spam, and he does sausage links and chops them up, and cubed ham and Spam and 3 eggs and 2 different kinds of cheese for an omelet.
Yeah.
It's a big old omelet.
The
Yeah, I
one
made
thing my
an egg
wife,
sandwich for breakfast.
one thing my wife won't touch or cook, chorizo. She will
What?
not cook chorizo
Oh, I don't like it either.
because she read the ingredients one time.
I don't like chorizo.
Yeah, donkey is the main ingredient.
What is?
Come on, man, chorizo. What about menudo? You ever had menudo?
No.
Man, you guys are missing it.
It's better to try things before you know what's in them, and then if you
Yep.
like them, then later on down the road, somebody can tell you, and then it won't bother you
Make
the
sure
second
you
time you go to eat it.
Probably never had tripa either.
What?
Tripas. I'm talking about Spanish.
Isn't that tripe?
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, no.
Or trip.
I'm not having no cow. I'm not having no lining of a cow stomach.
It's intestine. It's barbecued intestine.
Well, all sausages are pumped on and put in intestines. That's how it's made. So
Oh. Yeah.
Dos Logos 3D printing. You're just bragging.
nice.
I would love to have
Yeah.
a second AMS.
Yeah, Derek, if you have it, you need
I got
enough.
3.
Your blue PTFE, run it to the hot end also. Yeah, Derek just put out a video on replacing his AMS unit with all blue PTFE. Because I had done one a while back for TH3D regarding their tough tube, not using Capricorn. And then Derek done one similar to mine for the UK
Yeah.
version.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Davey, we
can
don't,
see
we
where
don't
that
want to
was
catch you in
like
this. We don't want to catch you in that smuggler show, so declare your cheese.
Yeah. I don't want to smuggle any cheese in, so I'll tell them I have the cheese.
Yeah, I think Derek, during a video, you mentioned you didn't have that much. That's why I figured why you probably didn't do it in the videos. You didn't have enough on hand.
Let me show you guys this. This is God. Not this one. This stack of papers. This is all the hotels that I'm printing out. That's a lot of hotels that we're staying at. Hotels and
staying-
Airbnbs.
Oh my God, it's a lot.
For 6
What, every
weeks?
week? Every week a different one, or every couple of days?
Every few days. Because we're doing the whole NC 500 on Scotland, and that's around the whole country. So I think it was like in Scotland alone, 21 Airbnbs and hotels.
Was your
Well, I hope
husband
you have-
Scottish or something?
What?
Is your husband Scottish or something?
No,
Are
I am, but
Oh,
he's
you are.
not going. It's just me and my best friend.
Oh, so he's not going to do the log throw and all that stuff?
What are you taking
Yeah.
to back up all your pictures on? You got a laptop, you can transfer them from your phone to your laptop or something and store them?
Yeah, I'm taking I've got this DJI Action 4 that I'm taking because I want to do a YouTube for my trip.
Okay.
So I'll be doing video, and I've got I want to say I bought 5 SD cards, mini SDs.
Mhm.
So I should have enough space. I don't want to take a laptop because, I mean, like when I told Matt, I will bring him cheese if I can find room. It's because I don't want to take more than a carry-on and my personal items. So,
Good tripod.
and we'll be in London and the south of England. So in June, that's going to be shorts weather. So I'm going to take summertime stuff, and then north of Scotland is going to be like 50 degrees is the high of the day. So I've got to take like a jacket and jeans and a sweater or a hoodie, but all that stuff is hard to take in just a
have some
carry-on bag.
Just have some proper fish and chips. You
That's
got
something
to.
I see.
Oh, I for sure will.
Something
You
I
always
see a
can
lot
buy
of
it over here. Your jeans and clothes, you know.
What?
We have
Something
we have stores over here too, you know, where you can buy jeans and they're
I
not
know.
expensive as in America
I know.
unless you go for
And
the
I
designer stuff.
probably will. I think when I go home, because I mean, I'm not going to go over there and not buy souvenirs and stuff. So I'm going to do a checked bag coming home, but going there, I want to just as easy as
Travel
possible,
lightly.
so I
Travel
don't have to
lightly.
worry about baggage and all that, because we're going to train from London to Edinburgh, and then get our car when we leave Edinburgh to go around the Scotland. Then get a different car in Glasgow.
I got to give you a piece of advice, okay? When I was stationed in Germany, we went to the Paris Air Show, okay? I had pictures taken in front of the Eiffel Tower and everything. Everything was cool, and, you know, did all kinds of pictures here and there and all that. Then we went to the Rouge, and I rode a tram, right? Guess what stupid did? Shut down its camera. Keep your eye on your camera.
Well, my camera is
I know
there.
you should. Yeah. Well, yeah. I was back. I was in the Army in '86.
Yeah.
We didn't have those.
The thing about this is I pay extra to have unlimited Google Photos.
The other one you
every
showed,
photo
though,
I take gets uploaded to Google Photos.
Yeah, but that other camera you showed, though, make sure you don't set that down somewhere.
Oh no.
Something interesting a lot of people do in videos, they have themselves coming and going. The camera will be set up at a distance as they're walking past it, and then it might be at another angle where they're walking past it going somewhere, and then they stop and they go back and get it and they edit that out.
Yeah.
But that way you can have you coming and going to different things, filming it.
Or they have somebody else, you know, holding the camera.
Yeah.
Well, she won't have anybody else. If she's going with her husband, there'd have to be a third person they don't know film that. But just set it up where it's filming you approaching it and walking past it, et cetera, et cetera.
No, Chad's not going.
Oh, okay.
I'm going with my best friend, Patty.
Okay.
Chad has to work. Patty just retired, so I said, "Girl, going to Scotland."
Just say hi to Paul. You know, I mean, Ringo lives in Beverly Hills, so you know. And you know what? A bunch of people still don't know to this day that Ringo is the brother-in-law of Joe Walsh. You know, and I mean, it should be common knowledge, but now.
I probably knew that at one time.
Yeah, because you know their wives are sisters. So, anyways, but yeah, just say hi to Paul McCartney. You know,
That's true, PC Evangelist.
Matt, does Paul live over there? I mean, Ringo lives in Beverly Hills.
I don't
Does Paul
know.
live over there? I'm asking Matt. Does Paul McCartney still live in England?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope. I'm not a fan of his.
You're not a Beatles fan?
What about the
No.
Stones? Any of the Stones still live over there?
Yeah, we have plenty of stones in everywhere. We got stone walls, stone houses.
No, the Rolling Stones.
We even got people who are stoned.
You got to go?
What?
Oh, you're waving. I thought you were
I
leaving.
was telling
Okay.
John hi. I just saw that he's in here.
Hello, Tripod. How you doing today?
We had an absolute blast in Colorado. I was lucky enough to be invited by John to dinner, and we had dinner with the guys from Things 3D, and they picked up the tab for everything. But we had it at I don't remember the name of that. Main Event, I think, was the name of the restaurant, but it was like a restaurant slash. I said that.
Sounds like my wife.
Like bowling alley and just like a big fun place. We bowled and we ate food, amazing food, and we just had so much fun. Joel was there. Oh my gosh. Help me out, John. Who all was there? Lots of like
Grant.
I can't remember the name.
3D Musketeer was there too.
I've seen a lot of pictures of people sitting at the big long table. I was wondering when I seen those pictures if one person was buying or there was like 10 different separate checks. That's a lot of people sitting there.
No, it was the guys from Things 3D. They paid for everything. I'm not a drinker, but there was a lot of alcohol drank and lots of food eaten, and they paid for the bowling, and it was just so much fun. And yes, John is an amazing partner in crime and a hell of a bowler. Oh my God.
I got a question for Tripod, John. I was going to message you and I didn't. I couldn't find it when I Googled it. Regarding DaVinci Resolve, in my latest video, in DaVinci Resolve, let's say your video is this long, and I take half of that and I cut it with the cut tool and I speed it up to 2,000 or 3,000%. And then I go back and I watch it. When I get near the end of it, I'm seeing stuff over here that was left out that I didn't cut. I cut this, but I had this much. But when I watch this, it's sped up. I'm seeing stuff that's over here. And it was driving me bananas what was causing that to happen. I even deleted it. I even took a section and cut it. I deleted everything past it, so I'd have to re-import it. And when I speed it up, it's like, wow, where's that coming from? Because I want it from here to here, sped up, and then over here, regular play. And all this regular play is in the part I sped up, but that wasn't included when I cut it. If that makes any sense, if you have any idea, I can't figure out why that was happening. Because there's only one part in my latest video. You have to speed it up first and then cut it.
Yeah.
Okay, but typically in all my videos, I've always cut. I speed them up and then I add whatever X to it, and then it slows down to normal speed. But okay, I'll try that. I'll try to speed it all up and then cut it.
See, I've downloaded DaVinci, but I can't even. I just use Adobe Premiere Pro. That's what I know, and it'll probably make me go broke because I pay for that crap every month and don't use it every month. But I can't figure out DaVinci. Can't figure it out.
Well, I used to watch YouTube videos, and a long time when I first got into it, John turned me onto it. I asked him a few questions, and then I watched videos. And when I have trouble, I just Google it. But it's pretty simple. It's not simple to use. It depends how sophisticated you want it to be or how fancy. I mean, you can have two Jamies running around on camera in DaVinci if you want to, and you can be talking to yourself. I don't know how to do all that.
You don't want that. Trust me.
DaVinci can do anything if you know how to do it. So.
Yeah, I can get real annoying real quick.
Yeah, somebody commented one of my videos on one of my lasers. They didn't like my background music. They said I won't be subscribing, and you should change that music. And whatever, dude. Don't watch.
If somebody's not going to subscribe because of the music that you play, they're not there for content.
No,
they're not there to learn anything.
I didn't even reply to the person. They can, eat me is one word, but whatever.
In Germany we have a saying. We call them hobby Nazis.
Call them what?
Hobby Nazis. It's basically a person what basically have enough time, doesn't know what to do with his time, except to ruin other people's time, and
they just want to bitch and complain about everything.
We just call them trolls.
Yeah.
Because they're the only time they're happy is when they're making somebody else unhappy.
Yeah.
Kind of like the guy I ran into at the car wash yesterday. That was interesting.
Any damage? How bad was damage?
The car wash?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Love's car wash, and because I decided to wash the truck before we went to Kingman, so I can kill more bugs on the road. Anyways, and yeah, I might have been a little close to him, but I was in the white lines of the the place to park. I was in the white lines, and I was being really patient around him. But when it came to trying to get in the driver's side of my truck, he was cleaning the inside of his door like it was his idol, and it was just an Equinox, passenger back door. And I was like, dude, how many times are you gonna wipe that? I'm thinking in my head, right? Finally, I was able to get in my truck, pull out, and I was so close to the hose, my door dragged the hose out. He's yelling at me, "You're gonna have to pick that up, aren't you?" I said, "Well, yeah, but what if I don't?" And then he just went back and forth, and I swore. And I was
Yeah,
like
some
looking
people you
over.
just can't please.
Yeah, I was looking over at her, and I just paid for a membership at this car wash. And I'm looking over at her like, I better not get in a fight.
Well, nowadays people pull out guns and shoot you over nothing, so be careful.
Yep, they
Yeah.
sure will.
But this was
They'd rather shoot you than look at you.
This was real close to downtown Henderson, so right there on Lake Mead.
Well, guys, I'm gonna run.
Well, thank you very much for joining. When's your trip? When are you leaving?
I'll leave Friday.
I hope you have a wonderful time. Be safe. Say hi to everybody online. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
Just don't fly in a 737 Max.
Huh?
You'll probably be flying in a wide body.
No, actually, I'm not. We're flying JetBlue.
JetBlue?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you swim real good?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
You haven't heard the stories about the 737 Max, huh?
I have, but it's Delta, isn't it?
That's Boeing, the one that makes a plane.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the plane going down. You'd be over so quick you wouldn't even know what happened.
I'll be asleep. We're flying first class, laying down, so I'll be asleep and into the ground or into the water.
Man, got that stupid money, huh? Okay.
No. This is a once in a lifetime thing. This will be the only time I fly first class.
Hey, Jamie, you don't think one thing? When I want something, and I told the wife, I said, "Listen, I got one life. If I want something, I'm going to get it." I said, "I live under this roof too. I know we got to pay the rent. I mean, not the mortgage. I know we got to eat. I know we got to have utilities and pay everybody basically." I said, "I live within that means, but if I have some less money to play with, I'm going to play." So, and I tell her, because I said, I got one life, I'm going to enjoy it.
Thank you, Montana.
Yeah,
Get it.
Take care, my friend.
I'll see you the last weekend in June, unless I can get on somewhere over there.
When I flew over to Europe, I was under the ownership of the U.S. government. So,
All right. Have a great day, Jamie. Take care.
All right. Bye. See you in a little bit, Matt.
Jamie.
Have a safe trip.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Damn, footages. So who's next for some pain?
I've only been over water one time going to Hawaii. I've been to Hawaii one time with my wife.
It is a little freaky.
I've been to Hawaii in 1986.
Wings are sitting there doing this, going up and down, flexing.
Actually, when I flew out of the East Coast, because I went from Kentucky to, I believe it was South Carolina, then I flew to Germany from South Carolina, and it was all at night. And me and this E4 female were the only two, and it was a wide body, meaning you got seats on the side, you got seats in the middle, aisles. In other words, you got two aisles going down the plane. That's a wide body. So anyways, but yeah, we kept one of the stewardess going, and I think we pissed her off because, "Another round, please." I was feeling no pain that morning when I got it in Germany. She was cute too, Spec 4. But I think she went a different route than I did, a different place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Dale popping in. Dale, what's going on?
Hey.
Not too much, man. I just finished work.
Cool.
That's a 4-letter word.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I speak it well, don't I?
What kind of work you do?
I'm an over-the-phone technical support advisor for a company that does consumer electronics and mobile phones.
Okay. So when somebody calls you, you got a flip book and you're kind of flip through pages or pull it up on the screen real quick to answer their question if you don't know it.
No, I mean, obviously we use Google, but a lot of it comes from just experience.
Okay. Yeah, I had trouble with my modem last week. So instead of calling,
yeah, I was going to say, I was wondering how that turned out.
I was talking to a company in India for RS, I think an RS modem. They were in India. The lady, I was on the phone for an hour with the lady, and she had me pulling up things in the modem. So I wanted to see if it was under warranty, have them send me a replacement. She deemed nothing was wrong with it. And after an hour, she gave me a big long sentence. She said, call your local cable company, tell them to change this and this on your account, and that should fix your problem. It didn't fix it, but it made it 99% better. So I'm not dropping as often where I was dropping like 20 or 30 times a day. Now it's every couple of days I drop a few times. So it got better. And then when I called Cox Cable locally to tell them this, I was talking to somebody in the Caribbean. So it's just kind of funny. I'm talking to somebody in India the first time, then the Caribbean the second time. But most of it got resolved. It's a lot better. So
Yeah, man, you want smoke? We get you internet fixed, man. You want smoke?
yeah.
It's the ganja, man. But it is ganja, there is smoke. And where there is smoke, there is happiness. Ha, ha, ha. God, that's old. Anyway, at least they got you some better connectivity. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, things are better. And then my big alien fell over and broke, and that was terrible. But
yeah, I saw that when the video popped up earlier. I was like, oh, my word.
Yeah, I used choice words in it, but that's the first thing I was thinking. So I retaped it, and I figured, okay, let's film this and document it. It's content. Like something happened, I can make a video about it. So
yeah, was that before or after you changed your shorts?
Yeah, no, it wasn't that bad. I wasn't really upset when it happened. I was more worried that it landed on my dog and injured my dog than anything. But she was laying right behind me.
Yeah, exactly.
Scared her. She never yipped, so if it would have hit her, she would have yipped.
Not really a good advertisement for a certain adhesive company, though, is it?
Well, no, it wasn't their fault. The glue I put on, if you properly use glue and it's bonded properly, it's not going to rip at that joint. It won't separate because it actually melts the model like ABS glue. It'll fuse it together if done properly. And I didn't have a proper bond. But now I got some two-part epoxy, which will be a proper bond.
Where did it pop at? At one of the seams or a joint?
At the waist. The upper body attaches the lower body. It's got a great big key at the waist. The upper body sits at an angle, always leaning forward, and it just snapped after 4 months and crashed, break.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I took out Paul Alien and rebroke Paul where he had broke before.
Oops.
So, my wife says, you need to throw Paul. I said, no, I'm not going to throw Paul away. I'll just have to re-glue it again.
Yeah. The next thing that happens, it'll break, and all it'll have is one of them.
Crazy.
There it is. Yeah, I've been playing around with another filament. One of the local UK resellers that popped up sent me a spool. It's Fantasy Filaments.
What filament?
This one's a transparent orange. But I printed one thing with it already. I threw up a little video on my channel, but that's Fantasy Filaments orange.
That's orange? That's yellow.
This is what I said. I told him the same thing. I said, that looks more like a golden. I mean, if you get a light on it, even then, it looks more yellowish, There's like a very slight tinge of orange to it.
Like an
I figured it might be. Huh?
Egg yolk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Egg yolk yellow. Which I have.
The only other trouble I had with it is for something like this, where you get a lot of large surfaces and then decent travels between, when it does a retraction and travel, it does it nice and clean. Supports come off clean, no problem. You do something like, one of these, not so pretty.
Yeah.
And no matter, I've tried I've even went down below their recommended temperatures. I've gone down to like 175 and all the way up as high as 230, changed the retraction distances, flow rates, extrusion width, you name it. And so far, I have not been able to eliminate those strings. So I'm starting to wonder, and it's been in a dry box overnight. So not really sure yet what's to do with it. That's about as best as I've got it. And that one I got by reducing the retraction length and slowing the retraction down to like 30 millimeter per second. Because from the old days, you used to have to say you don't do like a 60 millimeter per second retraction. You do like 25, 35. And it increased your print time. But when you're talking about something that's printing that has an average layer time.
Thank you for
What's
the
that?
$9.99 Montana Maker. Thank you for the $9.99 towards fixing Paul. I really appreciate that. And I've got a button for that.
Awesome. Super chat.
Very cool. Thank you, my friend. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, perfectly fine. Always got to see where you give somebody a good thanks like that. But yeah, anytime you're doing a print like this, where your average detail on it is barely 1 millimeter, it becomes a struggle to keep the stringing down, on some filaments. And if you can get it just right, they'll disappear. But so far, this is about as close to disappearing as it's gotten, at least with this filament. I don't know if they actually have that filament over in the U.S. Fantasy filaments.
I don't recognize it. It's hard to say. There's so many.
Yeah, it might be one from just over here. To give me an idea why that is so critical. This, I'm sure you've seen this by now on Thingiverse. The quasi-crystalline spin network, the ultimate torture test for retractions and bridging.
Wow.
This was done with PLA by a company called F3DM. It's their equivalent to Prusament Galaxy Black. And if you don't get perfect retractions when you scale this down to this size, this is 60% its original size, I guarantee you will have a stringy mess because every one of these little bars is no bigger than those.
Wow.
And I was really hoping to make another one of these in that transparent.
It's like a ball of twine, except it's polygons or whatever.
Yep. Basically, it was for those that want to find it, it's on Thingiverse. It's a free download. Just search QSN Thingiverse. Yeah, as in Quebec Sierra November Thingiverse. It is a mathematical representation of the fabric of reality from a quantum physics perspective. It comes from a mathematical formula, and the guy that created the model worked very closely with the mathematician that originally created it in Mathematica. And he says, I think I could 3D print this. Now, this is in 2017 he did this. And normally it would be about this big, and you'd end up using about probably 300-400 grams worth of filament. Yeah. Bars are a lot bigger. It gets a lot easier on a modern day printer. But if you really want to challenge your printer as far as its calibrations, shrink it down to like 50 or 60% original size, and you do it this orientation. That means you have to manually put supports at key points, obviously, in order for it to stay upright. Yeah. I challenged the company who gave me this filament, and they got it, but they cheated. So.
Hello, Andrew. How you doing? Long time no see. Yep, we'll be here each and every week. As long as I'm alive, I should be doing this every week. I hope. I've been doing it for what, 2 or 3 years now. So.
Oh, we see your belly.
Yeah, that's mine. Trying to put this back up on the shelf.
One thing about you said something about physics. Wife and I, we watch a program here in the States called Skinwalker Ranch, and it's got that famous astrophysicist, blonde-headed guy from Alabama, and he always uses that
Seems
technical
to ring a
term.
bell. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I forgot his name, but he was even on Rocket City Rednecks. But yeah, he's on a lot of the history shows. Anyways, so but I love that technical term he always used when they're trying to look at little things up in the sky that are like the size of a dot. He always uses that technical term. What is it?
It's a
He's an
whatchamacallit.
astrophysicist. The only thing he can say to ask is, "What is it?" Can't
Well,
he use
that's
some technical jargon?
when they film these shows, they got like weeks of content they have to cut down in 1 hour. So it's
Yeah,
whatever they
I
decide
know.
to put in the show. Yeah.
God, what is that guy's name? You know
I
who I'm
can't think of
talking
his
about.
name. I've watched it before.
He's all over the place on TV, though. Really cool guy to watch.
Yeah.
But the first show I seen him on was Rocket City Rednecks, and his dad was also part of the rocket program, and he was on the Apollo missions. His dad. So yeah, smart people in Alabama, believe it or not.
Actually, isn't there something about NASA starting a new mission to send an apology to the aliens? They're going to call it Apollo G.
Apology.
Jerry,
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna tell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have my Stream Deck turned on right now. I'd hit the button for that. I got a button for that.
Yeah, yeah, I need to get mine set up. I bought it like a month ago and I didn't even set it up. It's a nice one too, 32 channel.
Nice.
Well, every time I touch it, I get a little like trying to figure out how to set the damn thing up.
I think I'll keep it simple, me. Most everything I do on my channel is just, here's what I'm printing, here's what I'm testing, here's what I'm playing with.
Yeah, I've not been active for the past months because I've not been feeling well because of back issues, and so I took a little bit respite, and
I guess I could make a lamp, right? Here's one of Paul's legs.
Yeah, make a lamp.
That he
looks like something from the
and put it in your front window with a lampshade.
Yeah, with the big word fragile.
Yeah.
See how many people actually got that.
Here's a pipe in the epoxy. I bought 2 bottles of it. You mix part A and part B, and that's put the alien back together at the waist anyway.
Nice.
I'll probably glue the other parts back on, but this is what I'll do for the majority of it.
But just remember, if you get that BB gun, you'll shoot your eye out, kid.
That's the one. There we go. Yeah. So, Matt, what happened to your back, man?
What?
What happened to your back?
Oh, it's an old injury what I have. So.
Fair enough.
Long time ago, happened to me when I was I think I was 12 or 13 years old. I got crushed by a tractor. I was hooking up a tractor trailer, and the person who was driving it, instead of, he drove backwards, and I said, be careful. And what he does, he goes all slowly backwards, and then I got caught between the bars, what the tractors have, and the trailer. And what happened then is I told him to move forward. Instead of moving forward, he moved backwards again. So both of my legs were crushed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It's a long-term issue, but I knew I was going to have this problem when I was getting older. So,
ladies and gentlemen, Scott with Edge of 3D, guys. Scott,
hey, long time no see. Good to see you.
What's going on, guys?
I know those.
I don't know if my mic's working or not, but I assume
it's working.
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We're just ignoring you, like always.
Hey, that's the story of my life, being ignored.
Rocky Mountain, you said you didn't take.
You never be ignored by me.
too much going on? You didn't want to film anything, make a video about it?
I wasn't there for that, Jerry. I was just there to have a good time.
All right.
I transported
Well,
everybody's stuff there, and I was just there to hang out. I wasn't there to do content, socialize, none of that crap. I was just there to go.
Yeah.
I
The
second
candy store.
that, Scott. I second that.
So how was it this year compared to last year, other than a lot more people and a lot more stuff?
Oh shit! There was twice as many people, twice as much square footage, and Saturday middle of the day it was pretty overwhelming with the crowd of people there, but you were still able to move around. Not like last year middle of the day Saturday, trying to get from the middle of the show where I was at over to the corner where the bathroom was. You had to plan out a half hour ahead because it was going to take you that long to get through the crowd of people.
Wow.
That was a lot better. I was in the North Hall, which that seemed to be, that's where the main entrance was. So that one always seemed to have quite a bit more people in it than the South Hall. But I only made it over to the South Hall a couple of times. But yeah, it was an awesome show. There was a hell of a lot to see and do there.
This is what I'm hoping for with the SMRRF here in the UK, because I missed it last year because I had only just come back from seeing my family in Florida. And so this year it's even closer to me, and it's a big business school. So I'm hoping that should have some good times there.
Yeah. Well, as of right now, I'm planning on going, but we'll see when time gets closer. So, I've already got my flights booked and my hotel reserved and everything else. So,
well, you've done so many events and shows and different types of things, and with motorcycles also, you're probably like, you know what? I just need to leave me alone. Just let me go and have fun. I don't want to do none of the above. I've already done that 100,000 times. So,
that's why when I went to this show, I transported the people's stuff there. I unloaded it out of the trailer. I parked it at their booth, and I said, when you're all done and packed back up, bring it back to my trailer. And then I grabbed my crap and went and set up my little table. And I went out as a participant in the death races. I had nothing to do with the organizing of them or anything else. I was no part of it other than just a participant. And the drag races, Polymaker pretty much handled those. I just set the brackets up when the people got out there and got registered, and which that was kind of shocking because we didn't do the drag races on Saturday because it was snowing, and the dragsters are squirrely as it is. Having them out in the snow would have just been a disaster.
Oh yeah.
And we only had like 6 people signed up, and I'm like, we can knock this all out on Sunday. Sunday we go out there to start the drag race, and still only had 6 people signed up. Wound up with 21 dragsters there and 18 people racing.
Wow.
So, but yeah, it turned out awesome. The death races Saturday out there in the snow, that was priceless. Big old huge snowflakes coming down, and we're out there death racing.
Oh yeah.
Big crowd of people. It was a great time. And then Sunday you couldn't ask for a nicer day. Just beautiful, clear skies, cool, typical Colorado. It was absolutely beautiful. But the whole event itself from start to finish, the only downside, the hotel started charging for parking, which really pissed a lot of people off, including myself, because it was free last year. And this year we get there and it was $70 for me to park there. And it's not like it's in a densely populated metropolitan area. It's in a damn field in Loveland, Colorado. It's out in the open. It's just open parking lot out in the middle of nowhere. Matt Farmer, Kuma Mods, he was mad as hell when he got there on Wednesday and found out he had to pay to park. And he got on the phone with Hilton, and he got a discount code to get his parking for free. Well, I'd already paid for mine. So I called Hilton, and they're like, well, there's nothing we can do because that's a third party there's nothing we can do if you've already paid for it. And I said, well, I've been
they can give you a refund.
They can't. It's a third party. That's not even Hilton.
That's about like
that parking lot.
Like the
they sold
hospitals
that
over
parking
here.
lot to somebody else.
That's
And,
like the
uh,
hospitals over
I
here.
remember you mentioning the motel and the food and everything you thought was normal prices. So you only got screwed trying to park unless you parked at the motel and then walked to the event, right?
No, the motel parking at the motel was $70, Jerry.
Oh,
That's
The
rip off.
parking for event attendees was free. That's a different parking lot.
That beats Southern California rates.
Yeah,
That Friday
it's-
before you guys were doing, because I went to the picnic from my hometown that weekend.
Right.
Santa Monica, because I went to a cemetery to see my pastor's thing in Inglewood. Okay, so after that, my sister goes, "Let's go to Santa Monica Pier and do lunch." We went up there, and I'm like, "Man, parking's gonna be a bitch. It's gonna be expensive." They see my disabled vet plates free. Santa Monica Pier free.
Yeah.
But I was like you. I was at an embassy in Brea, California, and it was $15 a night to park.
yeah.
Well, this is
it had
$70 for 5 nights, so whatever the hell that works out to. But
that had nothing to do with you having a trailer, just a regular car or truck.
my trailer wasn't even there. My trailer was parked over at the event for free.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
My trailer was parked right at the entrance where you walked into the event. So
And I also wanted to chime in what you said about just enjoying yourself. I am the admin for the Facebook group for the picnic. And usually I go around and I'll do a Kenny's walkthrough, if the people couldn't make it, and then put it on the page. This year, I said, I'm not lifting a finger. It's their chance to do something to contribute. So
Yeah.
I had that mentality. It's like, just to kick back, have my little, soda, because I don't drink anymore.
Yeah,
And it's
I heard
like,
the Sphere in Las Vegas. I hear they charge a lot of money to park in their parking lot. If you
There's
go
somebody
to,
popping in.
I see. Go ahead and bring them in. You go to the new stadium. I see that.
And we have Zachary 3D prints.
They charge you a lot
Hey.
of money to park at the stadium. Also,
How
if
is
you park-
everybody?
I seen that Zachary dude at in Colorado.
Yeah,
What? Do what?
I said I seen that Zachary 3D prints guy in Colorado.
He called Animal Control.
Yeah, animal control.
No, I think he was actually present in the lobby for a few of my interactions with Barney, the security officer.
I still
Oh.
need to ask Wexter if he is able to make a mini out of it, just for the just for the fun,
and I suppose in Colorado, being Colorado was one of the first states for what. I bet you smelled something in the air that weekend.
No, actually, I didn't smell any of it around the hotel. Not at all.
Really? Okay.
What's which smell?
Weed.
Oh yeah,
because
I did smell
Colorado
it.
was one of the first states that went legal.
Yeah.
No, I did smell it several times.
Santa Monica Pier, we smelled it right and left, and the wind was blowing. We still smelled it.
Yeah.
But Kenny, I'm used to it because here in the Netherlands you smell it.
I know. Yeah,
everywhere.
I know. Yeah.
It's still not
Say
legal.
the Netherlands
but
had
they-
legalized it before Jamaica did. I don't think it's even legal in Jamaica yet, but
It's
Hey, man, you want smoke? I give you some good ganja. Or
yeah. I haven't seen any videos on YouTube yet of the death racers or the dragsters that I've noticed.
there's been a few pop up on there. Not by any of the normal people. It's just been random people that were there that videoed the death racers. I haven't seen any of the dragsters either. So
I was mainly inside of the building the whole time, recording everything. I didn't took the opportunity to record it.
A year ago, Scott, when you did tape it, that keeps popping up on my YouTube. But what's bad about YouTube, you start watching a certain type of thing, then the next thing you know, it's populated with nothing but that. So you have to do a research for a subject to start, seeing more of whatever you're.
Okay, if you have that problem on YouTube, that you see stuff what you don't want to see, just delete your history.
So
That
what
will solve
I
the
do,
problem.
Jerry, is I have it just in my home here alone. I have 9 different AV devices that I can watch YouTube on. So I go around and randomly just pick random crap on YouTube and put them on play and just let it play and let it automatically select the next one. That way it keeps my algorithm so incredibly screwed up that it has no idea what I want to watch. It might be girls farting on Ring Central cameras, or a video about Kim Jong Un.
We don't want to know what you watch.
From the Windy City.
No, I'm just saying that's one of the videos that popped up here was one of those recommended videos. But I keep the algorithm so screwed up on my YouTube, it doesn't know what the hell I'm watching. So
That's hilarious, though.
Yeah, I remember like a year ago, my sister told me to watch Dr. Pimple Popper. And I said, I don't want to see that. That's disgusting. But actually, a couple weeks ago, I seen a couple of them on YouTube. There's that guy, then there's this woman. And I got interested watching people. They got these things on their back that are like this big. And yeah, anyway, you can imagine. They're pretty interesting once you start watching them.
Oh, dear.
No, for me on my YouTube page is 3D printing, live power tools, spacecraft, DaVinci Resolve, gaming, Inventions, Watch Mojo, Scambaits, Cinema.
the algorithm's also based off a little bit about who you subscribe to. So I subscribe to a lot of travel documentary and stuff like that, like Yes Theory and Peter Santinello and stuff like that, Bald and Bankrupt. Backpacker Ben. So I get a lot of those recommendations, and I watch a lot of videos about like Baghdad and North Korea and some of the former Soviet Eastern Bloc countries that are now closed off societies and stuff, because that kind of stuff just fascinates me. So I get a lot of that recommendation. But like I say, I'll go around the house and just randomly pick stuff and throw it up on YouTube and let it just play on, turn the volume clear down, leave it set at 1 so it still counts that I'm there, and just let it automatically select whatever's next. And it gets the algorithm so screwed up that the next day I'll go in there and my list of recommendations is just all over the board. So but I don't like to delete my history, because I often find things that, like working on this Milo mill over here, I needed to go back and reference something, and I didn't save that video to a playlist, so I had to go back through all of my history. And
yeah, that's what I do all the time. I go back through my history and I find it, reference it to whatever I'm
I normally set up playlists for different things and save helpful videos, and I'm using when I'm setting something up, and I save it to those playlists. But this particular video I didn't, and I couldn't remember who it was by or anything else, so I just had to go back through the history and finally found it. I saved it to a playlist. But
all right, I got a question. When you built that other racer, Scott, the one with the weird wheels, that do all that other stuff, what month was that?
What?
The reason
I have no idea.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking, was that the
last
same
year.
show? Was that Colorado?
No. The first show I had that one at would have been East Coast Rep Rap Festival, I believe.
Oh, yeah, because I'm thinking, okay, I've only been on this thing with Jerry Ford since around my birthday, which is next month in June, and like, how are these guys already doing these shows again when it hasn't even been a year yet? And they went, because I remember when you were building that thing, with the
shows in the U.S.
Yeah, the first show that I had that one at, the Macadam Racer, would have been East Coast Rep Rap Festival. ERF last year was the first one, and then of course I rebuilt it again for this year. Redid it.
When I joined Jerry, then Colorado had already happened. Then got it.
Yeah. Last year at Colorado, I just had regular Death Racers and Dragster, and then at Murph we had the Killdozer version of the Death Racer, and we were pulling Amish buggies around. And then ERF, we had the Macadam Racer version with the omnidirectional wheels. And then this year at Rocky Mountain, there wasn't nothing new out, as far as in the Death Racer or Dragster. So it was just the same ones that we'd always been using. But I didn't do very good in the Death Races, but I took the one that I built for Creality last year and I removed their crap off there, because I'll never advertise anything for that shithole of a company. Sorry for my French, Jerry. I'll take the strike for you.
That's fine.
Anyway, so I took all their crap off there and just put my nameplates on there and gave it to the guy that was actually there last year at the Creality booth to use at Rocky Mountain, and he came in second, I believe, with it. He was one of the last 2 or 3, and then one of my dragsters wound up. I think it was somebody from the Polymaker booth that was driving one of my dragsters, and he wound up taking second in the dragsters. Because I didn't race the dragsters, I was busy running the brackets. So I gave my dragsters out to a couple other people, and the one that I gave to Big Tree Tech, they blew the gearbox on it the first race, so it was out. So then they took turns. They used it. They took turns trading back and forth with my other one with Polymaker, and somebody from the Polymaker booth wound up in. It was either Polymaker or Big Tree Tech, but one of those 2 booths, somebody wound up getting second place in the dragsters.
All right.
And then, like I say, that Death Racer, that old school Death Racer, the original version one with the Palalo motors and gearboxes, that wound up, one of the slowest ones out there, and it wound up finishing second in the big Death Race.
Chris Mink, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. I really appreciate that, my friend. Let's give away a roll of Ziltech filament. They're based out of Houston, Texas. They sell all kinds of filament, multicolored filament. They got extrusion. If you want to build a custom printer, they can cut custom extrusion for whatever length you need. This will be for USA only. So if you enter, and just because you like to enter things, if you win outside of the U.S., I must have a USA address, and you must be present to win. So we'll draw a winner in just a minute. If you won the last 2 months, have me redraw. They'll only give out filament to the same person over and over. And I'll give you my email. Go to ziltech.com. Pick out a type of filament that you would like. Email me at the email I'll provide after we have a winner, and let me know what type of filament with a USA mailing address. I'll let my rep know, and they'll get it mailed out to you Monday. You'll have it by next Friday here in the US. So here we go in 5, 4, 3,
10,
2, 1.
6, G, blue.
Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
It's
Anybody
gonna
with
be
math?
me, of course.
Not me. I didn't get entered in time.
Ah.
Betty Boop. Betty Boop. I know who Betty Boop is. She's in another room. Betty Boop, are you here? I don't enter, but Betty Boop can win. Betty Boop, are you listening? I'm not going to talk loud so she won't hear me. Betty Boop, say something in chat. There's no way to rig it. Betty Boop, are you still in chat? We'll give her a minute and I'll redraw.
I vote that she just gets it anyways.
Huh?
I said I vote that she just gets it anyways.
Betty Boop, say something in chat. Redraw.
Come on, you don't want to give her a heart attack. Oh, we have progress.
Betty Boop, say something in chat. She probably fell asleep.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Just give
that's
it to her, man. I mean, we know who she is.
Well, the thing is, you need to be watching in chat. So, Betty Boop, say something in chat, or I'm going to have to redraw.
3, 2, 1, there.
Hey, Cody, how you doing? Betty Boop, say
I just saw
chat.
Death Logos 3D printing the game over. I just had one of those aliens moments. Game over, man! Game over!
All right, here we go.
What are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
Redrawing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Redrawing.
Man, somebody's gonna be in the doghouse tonight.
Nice, don't tell her she won. Guys,
The Jedi. For the May the 4th.
You went all the
What
time.
an amazing thing for May the 4th. May the 4th be with you, Guy the Jedi.
Oh, he
That
said
was another-
redraw.
No, that was an old one when he said redraw. That's before I posted it. It's only redraw and Brandy. Guy the Jedi, he's right here. Congrats, Guy.
I don't see him. I don't
You
see
haven't
him.
won in the
Yeah,
last
he's
2
like,
months.
he's like,
Yeah, Matt.
I'll take it
It
for
is
him.
old Jedi mind trick.
Here, guy. Here's my
This
email
is
in
not the
chat.
filament you're looking for.
Shoot me an email what type of filament with a USA mailing address. Congratulations.
Hey, Kenny, you should have done the Watto thing. Filament doesn't work on me, only money.
For some reason on this laptop, my keyboard's not working right now, so I'd have to reboot. So I couldn't even check, I couldn't even join it.
So typical. Deep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she probably fell asleep.
Well, it seems I've finally gotten some of the magic numbers on this thing I was talking about. Seems that getting it right down to like 20 millimeter per second on retraction seems to have reduced it substantially. Just watching it over here. This has been bugging me all day.
And the next drawing we'll have after bid is for Polymaker. We'll do a hashtag Polymaker in chat on that drawing, which we'll do later.
I noticed Polymakers entered the UK store as well lately. I think it started coming in about 6-8 months ago, maybe more.
Yeah, they got a lot of great
Polymaker here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you go to the grocery store and you want to buy chips or cereal, and you walk down the aisle and you're like, "Oh God, what do I buy?" There's the selection is too much. You get overwhelmed. Or you go to a restaurant, they want to make money and get business and turn tables, but you got like 5 pages to go through. And you can't figure what you want because their menu's too big.
Yeah, some of the Michelin star restaurants, they're lucky if they have 1 page for the entire menu.
Oh, a lot of the restaurants that I go, like here in Wichita, one of the restaurants that I go to regularly, you get a choice of 2 appetizers, 1 or 2 salads, 2 main courses, and a couple of different desserts, and it changes every night.
Yep.
Oh wow.
They keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a single page they print up every day, and it's whatever the chef is making for that day, and that's dinner. 2 or 3 choices on main courses, usually like there's always steak, and then usually a chicken and a fish, but that's it.
Nice. Is that what you were printing in the background?
Yeah, one of the things. Yeah.
Nice.
So it's for. I talked yesterday. I was on a walk and I saw the what you say, the vicar, and I said hello. He said hello, and he said, "Oh, you're the 3D printing guy," and I said, "Yeah." And I wanted to talk to you, and we started talking and about 3D printing, and he wants me to print a little statue out. So he can do resin molds from it. So, yeah, or plaster molds, I think it was. So, yeah, I told him I have resin and I have FDM, and I think both should be fine of doing that. What he wanting to do, and it's one of the local saints what they have in the church. You know what they want me to print, and they want to make copies of it. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so I said I help them out.
Yeah, one of these days I'd like to go to Hell's Kitchen at Caesar's Palace, eat at Gordon Ramsay's place, and try their beef Wellington.
Forget about it.
Beef Wellington.
Oh,
it's not crap, and don't knock it.
I tried it. I tried it multiple times, and every time I tried it,
anybody that's ever knocked the beef Wellington anywhere in the world, other than what you just said, ever.
It's crap. You're better off with a steak. Okay, a pure steak, not pastry around.
I'll argue that till I turn purple in the face. There's nothing better than a good beef Wellington. Period.
Yep, that's what I've always heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Try haggis.
Gets even better when you make it yourself.
Try haggis.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, cooking shows are the #1 thing I watch on YouTube. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
And yeah, everything Gordon Ramsay's ever done for the last 30 years, I've watched on YouTube and seen it multiple times.
Did you get hungry from that?
No.
I usually whenever I eat, I watch cooking shows. I grab something to eat. I'll come to my computer in the living room. And I put on a cooking show and watch it while I'm eating. Usually,
I used to watch Jamie Oliver, right, the cooking guy, and then he was running this campaign here in the UK to raise sugar tax.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I saw that.
I went totally mad. I mean, I like my Coca-Cola and I like my sugar, and don't take that away from me and raise money only because the government needs bloody more money. And, I stopped watching him. If I see him,
Well, you should
you're
watch
banned.
Uncle Roger then, because he slams him every chance he gets.
Oh, I hate this guy.
No, they also try to
Matt, why don't you
do
tell
the
us how you
sugar
feel
tax
about
here
this
in the
guy, Matt?
Netherlands as well.
Pardon me?
Who?
I was telling Matt he ought to tell us how he really feels about this guy.
Oh, I feel very upset about him. I mean,
Zach, did you get to go? Did you get to go on Monday when they went back to the Second Amendment team
Oh
building?
no. We left to the airport.
Oh, okay.
The car had to go back at 10:30 or something.
Okay, because I know the guys from Rat Rig went, and it looked like Nero went again, and I didn't know who else went. So,
But I will do it maybe next time.
I'll bring everything again next time. So don't worry.
if I ever go and fly into Denver, I'll make arrangements with somebody I know, maybe to give me a ride, or I'll have to take a cab or put my thumb out.
If Jamie Oliver ever tries ordering 3D prints of me or wanting to do that, I charge him 1,000% tax increase on my prints. That's for stupid tax, people.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan anymore of him. I used to be a big fan, and I used to watch his shows, and then he does that crap. I mean, come on, take care of your own business. Don't take everything away from poor people. I mean, I enjoy my Coke, I mean, I used to pay £1 a Coke, and now it's
have you ever owned any restaurants?
No.
Have I ever run any restaurants?
Yeah, owned any restaurants? Yeah.
I've not owned any restaurants, but I used to be a chef. Yes.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Have you burned water?
Oh, I can burn water still. Yeah.
My wife can burn water. Yeah, I do all the cooking around here. My wife does it.
Nice.
I could not be on any cooking competition shows though. I can't cook well enough that I could ever be on Chopped or any shows like that, but I do cook everything.
Shall I go digging around and see if I can find my Gordon Ramsay black chef jacket to put on for this show?
Oh, do you have one? That's cool. When I worked for the Penta Building Group, I'll wait till he comes back.
So he's got a Hell's Kitchen jacket, is what he's telling us.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Chopped. Poor people get random mystery ingredients. You got to make something within like 30 minutes. And even though you might be a great chef or cook, trying to create stuff out of stuff you've never worked with in 30 minutes is usually almost impossible.
I can't watch Food Network anymore.
I watch shows I watch it on Hulu or
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
Paramount.
Too many of those chefs got fat heads. They do. Like Fieri, guy, I can't stand that son of a gun.
Well, it's not the master class. Hang on. Let me go. I just thought of something.
But then the guy that's always scientific, he almost looks like Adam Savage.
Yeah.
The guy with the glasses. God, now what's his name? Anyway, his
A lot
shows
of people
are
with glasses.
I know, but Austin Brown or something like that. It's been several years since I watched it. Anyways, I used to like his stuff. Yeah, I like Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown's okay.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name. Real Sam Prentice.
Oh, come on, Sam. Don't be disgusting.
Yeah, naked chef.
Sam, you're something else. Come on in,
Alton
Sam. So I
Yeah,
can
that's the
slam
name.
you.
He was thinking that's the name he's thinking of. Alton Brown. Thanks, Dan.
Mhm.
Come on, Sam, join us.
Yeah, good video you just put out, Sam, with Creality. I watched it this morning on all the different enders. Ender this, ender that, ender the other one. Too many enders
How many
out there.
enders you want? Yeah.
But all machines need a filament runout sensor. That should not ever, ever be an option. Period.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
You run out of filament, you might miss it. You might not be around. You might not be able to pause the print. And it's not going to sit there and wait on you. You just screwed your print up.
Yep. And lots of filament gone down the drain.
You're still sick.
When you go down the hole,
Have you contracted COVID too?
Better.
Or have you
still
eaten
sick?
something what you shouldn't eat?
Bats.
Probably had some whoopee and didn't know it.
Or some mau mau, you know?
Here you go. Yeah, I love Chinese food, but American version. I've never had, authentic Chinese food.
Yeah,
I've had
me neither. Or when I used to live in Germany, I remember I was living in Hamburg, and outside of Hemstedt-Ulzburg, that's what the town called, there was a Chinese, and boys, I made the best duck. I mean, best duck. What I still can't find it anywhere else. And what they did is they took the duck and they had kind of, I don't know if it was a bread, but it was very crispy on the outside. It looked like breadcrumbs, but it wasn't.
Yeah, they call it in the Netherlands Peking duck.
Yeah.
No, Peking duck is they have a crust too, but it had a additional crust on top. So it looked like bread, but it wasn't bread, I think. But it was very nice. I remember last time eating when I was like 11 years old, and I still miss that.
Wow.
I've seen the picture online, Sam, of your son. He's getting big. Good looking boy.
Yeah.
Getting big. Kids grow up fast. Enjoy your time with them. The next thing you know, will be 18 and wanting to move out. So
Yeah, Jerry. True.
I'll be 60 next month. I'm like, wow, where's my life gone? It's went so fast.
Everything up to 40 is just rehearsal.
Yeah.
I still use Polymaker for lithophanes. No questions about. I mean, it's one of the best filaments there is out there.
Panko rather than breadcrumbs.
Love that.
So I always use this one. Polymaker Light. No, let me make myself bigger. Oh, that's what I use for lithophane making.
Cool.
Is that like a cold white?
No, it's not cold white. The cold white does not work from Polymaker.
All right.
It's too thick. It doesn't let any light through. But Polylight is ace. I tried Poly, what's it called again? The recycled Poly. Oh, I should know it. I forgot. My head is a sieve tonight. It's basically 70% recycled filament and 30% virgin. Polyterra, exactly. And that one is.
I couldn't find much chef coat, Jerry. That's the best you get.
I'm not too keen on that one. But it's good quality if you want to print it. Anything else, like models and all that.
oh, you look at college, and what you call
India.
that?
What's
no,
that?
Arabic. That's
No.
Arabic. No.
Out
Antagonizer.
there, but
A university antagonizer. Yeah.
no, this is the real deal from Dubai. So
I hope
Hey.
so. I have
My
to
mother,
ask.
my mother-in-law and father-in-law, my wife's parents has a chef's jacket from Emerald Lagasse. They used to hang out quite a bit.
yeah, I can't find my chef jacket. It must be in storage.
Yeah, definitely
can't
want
get
to
this
ask
thing off.
Nick if I can get one of the poly dryers and test it out and see how it is. And yeah,
Ladies
Like I
and
said-
gentlemen, we've got Thomas Maker Viking popping in. Hey,
Hi
Thomas.
guys,
Woo!
how's it
Hey,
going?
Joseph.
Viking.
good. For months I was kind of ill with back problem and I couldn't do really much anything. So yeah, I'm getting better, and
There's your poly dryer.
next week I should be full time back.
Ah, there it is. What you reckon with it?
I love it. I've had these for a couple months now. I absolutely love them. So the base is over there on a printer, but this is just one of the dry boxes. But I guess there's some concerns with some people about the type of desiccant they used in these, that this is a very toxic
Yeah, the
type of
cobalt.
desiccant. But so I haven't changed that out. I do have a. Let me find the desiccant that I use and everything else.
They do have a heating element in them, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
heater's in the base, Jerry. Here, let me grab it. It won't
Yeah,
have
it's like
power. 'Cause
basically you basically have a cereal box with a detachable dryer.
So here's the heater and fan unit, and it cycles. It blows out this one and returns this one, or vice versa. It looks like this might be the return back here because it's dusty. But then there's these two, and these seal tight. They actually have an O-ring seal on them. You can see there.
Cool.
So they pop in there really tight, and then that just sets on the base like that, and it's a little bit loose to allow some air exchange so that the moist air gets out of it.
This is
And then once
unique.
you
I've
get
never
your
seen
filament
nobody-
dried down, you just pop it off there, pop the feet back on it, and it's sealed.
I've never seen nobody do a dry box like this. I got 3 from other companies, but I've never seen anything like this one. Well, there will be now that this one's out. Now somebody else will copy it. But
Well, and then
Yeah.
there's you got 2 ports. You got a port on the front that you can
Yeah.
feed out of, and then it's got a port back here on the back of the lid, or you can flip the lid around and make it the front of the lid, but you got a port up on the lid you can feed out of too. Now it comes with this great big PTFE tube, which is quite a bit bigger than your normal sized,
yeah,
and
Yeah.
that fits in there just fine. But right here's the difference in size. If you can see there,
Can you not
my
put the
camera
tube in it
Yeah.
too?
So it's like
the
6
small
millimeter
PTFE
PTFE.
tube fits in there just fine as well, just like that.
okay.
So it fits in there and it seals up in there just as well. So
Does that
that's all I
only
did.
accommodate- Does that only
What's that?
accommodate rollers? Does it only accommodate the rollers, or does it have a spool hang?
Let me find the spool hanger.
I was wondering if they had one because it looked like there was an extra catch that they could put one in there for somebody who had maybe,
Well,
for
this is-
example, a paper. There you
This
go.
is the spool hanger. Now I don't have any small spools out here. I do right here. So like this spool right here, let's compare it to a normal sized one. Okay, I've got 700 rolls of filament, none within reach.
Need
So
longer arms.
there it is. There's the comparison, this little one
Yeah.
to a normal sized.
Yeah.
So the little one it'll still fit down in there, but it
Just
I don't know that the camera will pick it up. There's some pieces underneath here,
Yeah.
and that little one rides against those.
Yeah.
So it comes with this piece right here. You just stick it in
Yeah.
there, and there's these slots on the side, and it just drops in there and it hangs in there like that.
That's what I was hoping for, because there's a couple of companies also now that are not using the pressed paper; they're using cardboard. And unless you have a printed edge on it, you know it ruins it on the rollers.
Yeah. So it like I say, you got, and those are steel rollers down in there.
Yeah. It's like the ones they put in a
steel
lot
bars
of
with a
other
bearing
ones.
on each end.
Yeah.
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 Or they're hollow. They're hollow tubes. I don't
Yeah.
know if
It's
you
the
can
same
see
thing
through there or
Prusa
not,
did with the MMU units.
Nice.
Yeah, they're hollow tubes, but those just, and the bearings snap into those slots down inside there, so it rides on those bearings. And like I say, if you got a spool that's odd size, got the edge banged up on it or whatever, and doesn't work on the rollers, you can just drop that center and ride it on that. So, and I'm sure that there'll be people soon enough that'll come out with these that use the skateboard bearings.
Yeah,
probably
to drop down in there as well. But and when it's sealed up, let me tell you, it is sealed up. When you clip that on and you've got the bottom places on, you've got both of the ports covered, you can take and put a PTFE tube in there and blow air into it. You can actually swell the sides of the box.
Well, condensation should need somewhere to escape. It should have one of those ports left unplugged, so if it builds up any condensation, it can get rid of the moisture.
Well, when it's on the base, Jerry, it doesn't seal tight to the base, so that it lets air out where it sets on the base, and then they've also added these air ports on the sides so that it exchanges the air as it's drying. And then once you dry it and you pop those on there, if you get condensation inside there, you've got bigger problems.
Yeah,
If you look, when I first held this up, it was showing 26% in there. Now it's already up to 40, and my room right now is at 44%. So just that quick, it picked up that damp air out of here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll throw it on the dryer while we're on here and see how long it takes it to bring it back down.
Yeah, there you go. I think the bigger curiosity people are going to be looking at is how long is it going to take that desiccant to pull that down?
Thomas, hey, what are you up to, buddy? What's going on? How you been?
I'm pretty good. Doing the same stuff I always do mostly.
Well, that's cool. You had a model up on Bangs and you just won $500, so that's cool.
Yeah, and I'm doing pretty good this week as well. So.
I know Stephen Poole has won on there a few times. For a couple months, I said I was going to get on there for a couple companies and post some things, but I never have. But yeah, an extra $500 for 5 people voting for you coming in first place is great.
Yeah, it's awesome. And for me, it goes towards a new printer. I need another Core XY that's enclosed, hopefully, but let's see.
What about that Sobel Voron wannabe?
SVOA? Yeah, that's a candidate. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm waiting for a reply on them. I won their contests a little while back, a spool of filament, and it's stuck in customs because they haven't shipped the invoice and stuff like that customs need. So I've been waiting like 5 or 6 days now for a reply from them to see if I can get an invoice.
When I got my fiber laser from China, it was in customs in the Midwest for like 2.5, 3 weeks. And I was just sitting there banging my head on the wall, like, why don't you ship it to Vegas? But they eventually released it. It took forever.
Yeah, the thing though is that if they don't provide me the papers, it'll be returned to them real soon. So much for that price. But yeah, we'll see. It's only a spool.
Jerry, my fiber went from China to Alaska to Kentucky. Utah to here.
Would have went to Kentucky first. If it came out of Alaska, it didn't go straight to Utah. It went to Northern Kentucky Regional Airport.
Yeah, you're right. It was Kentucky. I was thinking, was it Kentucky or was it Utah? Because I've had stuff go to Utah too for some reason.
Not coming out of Alaska. There are no cargo flights from Anchorage to Salt Lake City.
Huh.
Scott,
You're either going to go to Memphis, Indianapolis, or Cincinnati.
Wow.
have you ever watched
Well,
Chop much, Scott? Chop?
what's that?
The show Chopped. Have you ever watched it much in the past?
I caught bits and pieces of it, but I've never really paid attention to it, Jerry.
Well, they got 4 people competing. They got 4 stoves and ovens, 1 fryer with 2 baskets and 1 ice cream machine. And I'm thinking, why in the hell don't they have 2 fryers? Because if 2 people have the fryer, deep fryer tied up, the other 2 people can't use it. You got 4 stoves. Why not have more equipment in the studio? But
Yeah, it's called ratings, Jerry. Ratings.
And who can get to that first?
Yeah.
Just like on moonshiners on distillers, they got two bubblers or whatever they call them. Master distillers. Funny, I don't drink, but yet I watch moonshiners.
Well, I don't drink a lot, but I was hanging out with 3D Print Bunny on Wednesday night before our Murph, and I might have drank a little too much Wednesday night, and then Thursday night, I think Zachary was the one that was laughing at me when I was laying on the floor in the elevator so I didn't fall in the pool going up to my room.
wow.
I've had a girlfriend do that. Pass out in an elevator. Yeah.
I wasn't passed out. I was fully awake, but I was just sure I was going to fall out of the end of that elevator into that pool down below.
Yeah, the embassy in Brea, the elevator is one where you can see out into the courtyard.
Yeah, that's the same thing where we were at.
Yeah, freaky.
Yeah, that was exactly the same thing there at Rocky Mountain. You can see out to the courtyard, and there's 3 elevators, and there's a water feature right down below there, and I was just sure that I was going to fall out of that elevator into that water feature Thursday night or Friday morning, whenever the hell it was. I don't know now.
Yeah, I do like their amenities. You know, they're expensive, but I like their amenities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get hold of Polymaker over on Discord, and I'll see if they'll send me one to try out. I can do a video on it. I'm a Polymaker partner, so they should send me one.
Yeah, I will have to see if he sends me one.
I have 3 dryers now that I use once in a blue moon, but it's more content, so.
Well, I hardly use the filament dryer because my room is pretty dry anyway, because the heater gives so much heat off the printers, and this room is so small. I have very less humidity in here, maybe like 25.
I'm at 27% according to this. How accurate this is, I don't know.
I wish I had that.
34% here.
What is it? 100%?
34.
67.87 mine.
I'm sitting at 44% in this room right now, and I threw that dry box on the dryer over there with no filament in it and put it on the high setting, and in 5 minutes it's dropped it to 38%. So we'll see how far it takes it down.
I'd say the worst place I've ever been in the humidity was Clearwater or Tampa, when I went out there for company training with Able Body when they were still around.
And you haven't been to Thailand.
Well, I'm sure there's worse places. I'm just saying that was the worst I've ever been in. Was
when
Florida.
It gets down to 90% humidity in Bangkok, they call that dry.
Damn.
Or China. When we were over in China filming, we'd been inside the offices and stuff where it was air conditioned, and we walked outside the factory there, and instantly all the lenses on all the cameras fogged over. So we were out there literally for an hour just standing there waiting on the bodies of the cameras and the lenses to come up to temperature outside and clear the fog, because you don't dare try to wipe them off. You just smear everything. So you just have to sit there and wait. So Well, know next time that whatever cameras you're going to use for doing any filming outside where it's not air conditioned, leave them outside. Don't take them inside the
Yeah.
air conditioning.
That's it. Well, at least I've got progress.
Oh,
That was the one I showed earlier. Obviously, very stringy. Yeah. And now we're down to at least there. So progress, just not exactly where I want it, but not
Is
bad
that
considering the
G or?
size. No, this is actually PLA.
Damn,
What
I've never
brand
seen
was it?
PLA string like that.
Yeah, and it's been in the dryer overnight and all day today running. And I'm like, okay, well, it's not obviously wet. That's not it. You know? So I'm trying to determine, is it a setting or is it just something that went wrong when this one was created? Because I have seen cases where a manufacturer gets, the mix just a little off and they put a little bit too much additive of one thing or another, and you end up with that.
Change your filament, same settings, and reprint it with something else.
I did. With the same settings prior, I printed some Uzi PLA, Pro PLA, and it came out absolutely perfect. No strings, that's their true red. But obviously, with no matter what settings I've done so far, I'm always with this small of a detail. These little tiny spikes from this, and this is one of the models off printables. It strings like crazy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, it's not temperature. It's not. I've gotten better by dropping the temperature and slowing the retractions down. So it's now at like 20 millimeter per second retractions, but it's still not enough. And I'm like, there's got to be something about the filament itself. I'm probably going to swap it up in a bit, try a different filament with the same setting and see what it does. I have a feeling it's going to come through clean.
And by the way, your smiling box behind you, Dale, remind me of what I saw yesterday. Like I told Jerry earlier, yesterday, the Amazon box. Yesterday I was in Kingman, Arizona. Yeah. Anyways, yesterday I was in Kingman, Arizona, part of Route 66. It's a famous city. It's also like a train city. Yeah. I saw, like when I was growing up, I used to see train carts full of coal, one after another, or oil, because I grew up in Southern California, oil or coal. This time it was one train thing after another. Amazon Prime. And I'm thinking, holy crap, that's a lot of shit from China. And it was just one launch, and it was a bunch of Amazon on the train.
Oh, that's my delivery. Sorry.
That was a lot.
I ordered something on Amazon, I guess.
That was a lot of Sealand containers of Amazon Prime. That's all it said was Amazon. Kept going and going, and I'm like, holy.
It just shows the kind of volume they do, though, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. I was shocked yesterday when I seen that.
Yeah, but I've passed a few of their warehouses.
And like I was trying to tell my wife yesterday, who's older than me, I said, you know what they started? They started with books. From books to now what they are now.
Back in the 90s.
Yeah, books.
Online bookstore. Regular people like you and me sold. They still, people like you and me can sell your books through Amazon.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to quote a friend of mine. He says, "No, I'm not going to have one of those. I like a 3D Kindle." I said, "What do you mean a 3D Kindle?" He says, "It's called a book."
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there was a note. I think it was Outer Limits, where this old, bookworm, which it's a avid reader is what that term is, and it was black and white sci-fi thing. Anyways, and it was like some apocalypse happened, and he was the only one. It was a big reader, and what happened was he was by a library, seeing all these books. All of a sudden, somehow, he squashed his glasses.
Ooh.
Can you imagine? You're a big bookworm. You're the only one left on the planet, and you just scratched your broke your glasses.
Ow.
That was a crazy one.
Definitely.
I miss Outer Limits, man. That was a good show. And Jerry always talks about sci-fi. That was a good show. Outer Limits and the Twilight Zone. Yeah, great shows.
Yeah, they were.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone, and this door
yeah.
just opens up, and you will be in the Twilight Zone.
Don't adjust your TV.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh man, my truck, my 2022. I get it to leave, and it says it's got. I go to do something with a map or something. Oh, it's got to warm up. And I'm like thinking, okay, it's a 2022 truck. What do you mean warm up? What is it got tubes?
My favorite episode of Twilight Zone. It's a black and white version, and there's this lady that can't talk. She's in an old house. Has like a brush broom cleaning off the dirt off the floors. She hears a noise, goes up in the attic, and there's a little tiny robot walking around on the floor. And she freaks out, making weird noise, and she turns and looks, and there's what looks like a UFO there, and she attacks it with an axe and starts destroying it. And it says the United States of America on the side of it. And then you come to realize that America had went to some other planet somewhere where they were all giants. And anyway, you thought it was an alien, but actually it was America. These people were giants. If you remember that episode, it was really good. It's always my favorite episode.
And
Nice.
they had a lot of great stuff. A lot of great creativity back then.
Mm.
Looks like we're gonna have a whole bunch of AI shows in the future.
I was thinking about that the other day when I seen the preview or the commercial for the new Planet of the Apes and the way the ape looks. I said, man, that is no actor at all. That is just computer.
Yeah, everything is AI. There's actors walking around with
I wouldn't pay to go see that. I wouldn't even steal it on a torrent site to see it. That's how disappointing I was. I wouldn't, I don't care. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of creativity from the studio and the person that's trying to, do his job by creating it. Yeah, it's very creative, but I'm just not into that. I'm into the real deal.
What do you reckon then on James Cameron's approach?
What?
Well, James Cameron actually took it to similar. He still has, pretty much everything. Like, for example, Avatar. Obviously, everything's CGI, but they use live actors and literally body scan them 3D wise to animate the actual characters.
Well, they still do that now. The only time it's really crazy is when you got Spider-Man jumping from building to building. That's 100% AI because it has to be. But yeah.
It's just like the show we're watching. I know Jerry's seen it, The Last of Us. I'm watching it through my little magic Android box. Anyways, and it just looks like some of the areas that look like they were just torn up and grown up with grass. And I'm thinking that is just nothing but a bunch of computer. And they're just walking in front of a green screen.
That's how they filmed Mandalorian. The show Mandalorian on Disney was all done in front of giant screens that they can rotate. Everything on the show was a giant screen behind them, and the actor was standing there in costume with a couple props around him with his giant TV screen. That was really awesome because you have no idea when you look at it.
This is the way.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And may the 4th be with you, which is the banner I have behind all the people here.
Absolutely.
Oh, and how they shot that back in the 70s? That's impressive.
Oh, that was insane. I saw the making of that.
So did I.
Well, nowadays, whenever they film something from the 20s or 30s with the old streets and old cars, it's still done with miniatures that people built, and then they just, the way they film it at the proper angle with the mountains in the background, it looks real, but they're all miniatures, which is not CGI. They're actual models. So,
right.
It's pretty amazing how they can do that. Well, they still do that a lot everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So what's been going on, Thomas? Anything new with you? When are you getting married?
I don't know. There. Anything new? I won a contest. You mentioned that. I'm working on projects as usual. Still working on Fenrir. Humor is still going, but on the back burner. Sculpting a bit.
Fenrir?
Yeah, my Fenrir Core XY. It's a tiny.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, V0 size.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
What kind of work do you do for a living? I don't think I've ever asked that before.
I'm a digital marketer by trade. So.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I do.
Oh, you hate me, don't you? For what I just said.
No, not at all. Yeah, but it's modeling and sculpting. That's what I'll do most days.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, that's cool. You do work that you enjoy and get paid to do it.
Yeah.
Wise man said, a man who loves his job never works a day in his life.
Yeah, true.
I used to enjoy being a delivery driver for 10 years. Then I got in construction for 25 years, and I hated every single day I went to work.
Yeah.
But at least I retired with a pension from the union, and I got money coming in every month for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And by the way, for the record, I did see the original Avatar. Okay, by the record, so there, I did see it.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that actually followed along and started learning the language and was part of the movement they have online.
Mm-hmm. Well, nowadays, all the modern technology, even if it's on the news, you don't know what's real and what's not real because almost anything or anybody can be fake. So you don't know if you don't see it firsthand, you don't know what's what.
Yeah, I forget how many years ago it was when they first came out with the deep fake AI before it became all the chat GPT and all this stuff. And they demonstrated saying, yes, this could happen. This is why we're not wanting to get it out. And then ultimately they gave it out.
Then they're talking about jet fighters in the U.S. They're working on technology to have them controlled by AI 100%. Nobody on a computer somewhere like they control a drone. The actual plane controls itself. That's what we're working on.
Bonkers.
That's kind of a scary thought.
Yeah, especially since we saw how that worked with Tesla, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, just like my sister, she got the Santa Fe recently, this 2023, and she was telling me that if she gets stuck in a parking and she can't back up, she can hit a button and it will back up and get out of that spot for her. I mean, she could be out of the vehicle and it will do it for her.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, nope.
Tesla's had that for 6-7 years. It's called the come to me or the summons. It's the summons feature.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. And man, going to California for the pig, I've never seen so many Teslas. But the funniest thing I seen was a couple of weeks ago, my neighbor across the street, I guess his dad came to visit, a Tesla coupe with a tow hitch. And I'm thinking, really? You know, how long is that going to last, for the battery?
Shorter at least.
A Tesla with a tow hitch. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was, mineral that they need, but when you make the batteries, there's rainforests being destroyed around the world to get different elements they need. So these electric vehicles aren't as green, great for the environment as everybody thinks they are because
the largest amount of lithium you can find is underneath the Pacific Ocean, as far as I know.
Start digging.
Near Hawaii.
It's the lithium that they're getting for them, Jerry.
Yeah, they're actually rocks like this big of lithium, and then like 1 kilometer below the ocean, and they're actually thinking about to harvest it and bring it up to the surface.
If you're not walking, everything else is hurting the planet no matter what.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that move. I think it was the Netherlands that did that, or somewhere over east. Somebody was trying to get their Tesla fixed, and they didn't like the bill, so they had the damn thing blown up in some cord. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen a car on Facebook. Guy's getting his electric car worked on. The guy goes, "Oh, your battery needs to be replaced. That'll be $15,000.
Yeah, so yeah, that guy, they blew it up in that quarry. That was priceless.
Nice.
But they did say that they pulled out the battery and anything that they didn't want to contaminate the
environment.
air.
I've been a great mechanic my whole life, but nowadays everything is a sensor and or a computer, and it's like impossible to work on your vehicle. Any little thing can be causing anything else to go wrong.
I haven't even raised my hood because I'm scared to look on my truck. I haven't raised my hood. And yes, I've had oil changes and all of that. I just take it and have it done.
Back when I was in my 20s, I lived in this apartment complex, and I knew some guy, him and his wife, he had this old Ford, and he couldn't get the Ford to run. It wouldn't start, and we popped the hood, and I'm looking at it, and it's all dirty and caked up with everything. I said, when's the last time you changed your air filter? And he started laughing at me. He says, this truck doesn't have one. I said, yes, it does. See that box right there? And sure enough, when we took off the clips and showed it to him, his filter was, looked like it had been in a swamp forever. So he replaced the filter and a little carb cleaner and got it running. But it doesn't have an air filter, my ass.
I actually, at one time, used to love working on cars. I was in my teens, and Jerry, you'll probably remember the '67 Plymouth Fury 2.
Yeah, my sister used to have a white one. Yeah.
My neighbor had one on his property growing up, and I asked him if I could mess with it. He says, yeah, it's been sat there for ages. He got it in lieu of a debt. So I went out there. It was froze up because it had sat so long. So every day I'd go out, and because they didn't have clutches on the fans, I just got hold of the fan blades, and every day I'd be sitting there doing like this on it until I got it to a point where I could get about 3/4 of a turn. I dropped the oil pan, cleaned it, flushed the system, new points, rotor, wires, the lot. It was a straight 6, if I remember correctly, on it, and with a 2-barrel carburetor. And I actually managed to get it running, long story short. The only reason I stopped working on cars is because he said, you've worked hard on it. I'll give it to you for $100. If you want. And so I went straight to the DMV and the registration office for the state of Florida. And because of how he obtained it, and they couldn't locate the original owner, they would not let me title it. Broke my heart because I put my soul into that car getting it running.
Yeah. Car sits too long in the gas tank, the fuel lines, everything gets gummed up, and you got to probably flush everything, and it's just a big pain in the butt. My neighbor,
go ahead.
My neighbor sold me a Porsche across the street, a 71 or 72 911. And the only thing wrong with the car was somebody had put a homemade sunroof in it, which looked like hell. He drove it home years ago when I bought my house. It sat there in the driveway, basically in the sun, and rotted. And then his wife ended up passing away. When he sold me the car, he couldn't find the title, so I went ahead and bought it. So I knew he legitimately had bought it. I just didn't have a clear title on it. I had a car cover on it, and I sold an old bicycle online on Marketplace. And the guy came out to buy this old Schwinn bicycle to put in his antique store downtown, and he'd seen the shape of the car cover, and he goes, "Was that a Porsche 911?" I said, "Yeah, it is." So we started talking about it, and next thing you know, a couple of days later, I had him all the way talked up to $10,000. I sold the car that I paid $800 for. I really wanted to keep that car and restore it, but I couldn't turn down $10,000 for that car. And of course, I didn't tell my neighbor I sold it for $10,000. So,
anyways, when I was still living at home under the roof, the roof. Anyways, back in LA, I was working on my second car, which was a '67 Camaro Super Sport with a 396 Rat and a 4-speed Muncie. Yes, I used a street race. I was jacking up the back ass end of it, and I was trying to get my jack stand under there. I was right next to the left of the differential. Something slipped. I got pinned. I'm looking right at the differential, and the axle is laying on my chest. I'm like,
wow,
help! So, anyways, I was able to grab a bottle jack though, and then get get the thing back up so I can get out from underneath there. But I had been pinned, and it was scary.
Yeah.
That's why you don't walk alone on cars. You
Well,
always have somebody checking up on you, or at least work with you together. Anything
Well-
what's heavy, what can pin you down, you do not
back
work
in the
alone.
70s, Matt, it was a different thing. It's like, oh, I can do anything.
Oh yeah, we all were thinking we were superheroes then.
Whenever I change brakes on a vehicle, I always back up my jack with a jack stand, and then I take the tire and put it underneath the frame. So no matter what happens, it's going to fall on that tire and stop it from crushing my legs or killing me.
Oh yeah.
And I don't miss that car. I miss my first car. 69 Roadrunner, 383, 4-speed, traction bars, 8-track player.
Steve L3D, hello, how are you doing today? If anybody would like to drop in and join us, here's a link in chat. If we know who you are, you're welcome to come in on camera and chit chat. You're welcome to self-promote yourself all you want on your hobbies, whatever you're working on. I have no problem with that. Any links you want to post for anything you got going on, you're welcome to do that.
It looks like somebody I know has met at least two of you. The gentleman that runs HPI Technology has met Zach and Matt at the last SMRF.
Yeah, I need to go to Rocky Mountain. I've talked about Rocky Mountain for 2 years and haven't got off my ass and made it happen. But
oh, you mean 3D
So it's next
print
year.
filament?
No, the guy in the UK that sells from down south, HPI Technology.
Maybe. I talk to so many people, so
yeah, I know.
I have
It's
to. I don't remember specific names. I remember people's
Callum?
faces, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I've always said both years I like to go there just to mainly meet all the people, shake hands, chit chat. But after seeing Zach's latest videos when he flew to America and he focused on all the stuff, he had a lot of really cool stuff there he's filming in his videos. And like, you know what? I kind of changed my mind. Now it's 50-50. Meet the people and check out some of the stuff in person. So,
to be honest, that's basically what I'm. It's my first Rep Rap festival that I've had the opportunity where I'm not having to work, that I'm going to get to go to. And Josh from Recreator 3D said, yeah, any chance you could be, help, obviously, like an ambassador? I said, well, you got Dreams Void, don't you? He goes, yeah. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll play
Jerry?
halfway on it.
Yeah.
Go on.
Should I ban that person, Luis Coates?
want
Polymaker?
to see a shoe go flying across the room and hit you in the head?
Oh yeah, I know. I don't want to sleep tonight on the sofa.
But yeah, he said,
Really?
could I possibly help out? And I said, I'll tell you what, because it's my first one and I want to actually experience everything as I can. I'll get him on WhatsApp or Discord, whatever. And if he needs a toilet break or if he needs to go get something to eat, I'll go ahead and, give him a relief, because I've been with, Josh's Recreator 3D project since it started. So I pretty much know him, everything they're doing, even now. So I'll give that guy a break, but that'll be like, okay, you need lunch, you need a toilet break, no problem, I cover you. And then back to me scurrying to as many booths as I can see.
Thomas, Maker Viking, you ever think you're going to make it to America to come to any of the shows?
Hopefully one day. It would be awesome to meet all you guys, new
How about
friends, old
December,
friends.
England?
It's much closer.
Maybe
Hey,
it's
also-
closer. Yeah, if I can, I will be there, but I don't know yet.
It's only a short swim. I mean, you should be able to swim that in half an hour.
Yeah, I'll swim over.
Swim. Okay, there you go.
I'm two states away from Rocky Mountain. I'm in Nevada, and then you got Utah and then Colorado right there. It's like a 12.5-hour drive if I drive it, and I'm procrastinating. Yet I got my friends from around the world that are showing up, so I don't really have an excuse.
That sounds like me.
I mean, it is amazing to be at least in one of those that are close by and doesn't break the bank. Just highlighting it that I also still have, I think 2 or 3 interviews still waiting to be published. But for me, for both holes, the north and the south hole, I try to record as much as possible, hang out with people, talk with them, and then eventually also make some B-roll and stuff like that that I missed earlier. So there's several hours that you can do quite a lot.
And then trying to remember what booth you just went through. If you didn't film it, it's kind of hard to remember what to put on screen. So,
yeah, the thing was for the Smurf, there were also mentioned which makers were at every booth. So that was quite handy. And I tried to also capture the name of the booth while recording it. So that part I always cut out and then take the rest. But from the Northall, for some booth, I didn't know which one it was. I was like, oh no. But you see so much. You see so much. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But so cool.
Well, I'm trying that print again with a different filament, Jerry, and it's coming out like 90% cleaner. And I just bunged a different filament in and just ran the same G code. That's really pushing it, and it's doing it clean. So I have to assume there's something about that yellow PLA there.
And we have the real Sam Prentice popping in.
Hey,
Supposed to be ill.
there he is.
I am ill. I am ill, unfortunately. But that's what happens when you go to China, apparently. So yeah.
Did you pick up COVID too?
Yeah.
No, I haven't got COVID. I don't know what I've got,
too.
but I haven't got. I do not have COVID, but there's something else going on. They think I maybe caught some sort of bacterial thing on the flight. So which was why I was ill at Colorado and spent most of the time in the green room. So or in bed. One or the other.
I hope you went to the doctor. Get the test done.
Yeah, so I've had 2 X-rays so far.
You might have a tropical disease or something.
Who knows? It might have been all that snuggling with Zachary. Who knows?
Yeah, likely.
You don't want to know what happened in the hotel room.
Exactly. Yeah, I asked Zach did he snore. I didn't ask about any other noises, but he said I think he said he didn't snore.
Well, one of the big issues.
Colorado stays.
Yeah, one of the big issues that I've had in my life is I've got a condition where it's called sleep shagging. So I have to lock a door. I have to be in, handcuffed to the bed. Zachary knows.
Yeah, I did see it. Yeah, it looks terrible.
We know where to go.
Yeah, Sam did ask me to put the handcuffs on because he couldn't manage it.
Put the what costume on?
Ooh.
The handcuffs.
The handcuffs
on the bed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the costume. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that costume.
That was the day after.
This show's getting kinky, man.
You have it in your mind, not. He said he's doing for preventive measures.
Yeah,
remember?
I just heard 2 guys talking about handcuffing each other in a hotel room. So.
Well, Pete was there. Pete was at Rocky Mountain, so anything can happen with young Pete, of course.
That's the way America is nowadays. Just accept it as you get older. That's just the way it is. So whatever.
Yeah. We do have zip ties. You don't need handcuffs. We got zip ties nowadays.
I was watching a cowboy movie a long time ago. I watched about maybe 5 minutes of it. It's like, oh no, and then I'm not gonna watch that no more.
Yeah, I know which one you mean.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, just like episode 3 of The Last of Us. Nobody warned me about that one.
I don't remember.
I haven't seen it.
The survivalist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Everybody has a right to be who they want to be, so that's fine.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wish somebody would warn me because
Thank you for the call. I appreciate that. On Twitch, thank you very much.
Yeah.
You play guitar, Sam? What's that guitar back behind you?
I've got a few here actually. What have we got? That's just my
fucking music, white boy.
Math one. The expensive one. The expensive one is up on the shelf. Let me see if I can get it down.
It's like, please don't drop it.
Oh, you got finally a sofa in there, huh?
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't know you played.
a Fender.
That's his. That's his.
This way you keep your
Gibson.
only
pew-pews in.
casting
Oh,
couch.
nice.
That looks like a pew-pew.
Nice color.
Oh wow,
That's like a Foo Fighter guitar, that one.
nice.
So that's one of my PRSs, and then over here we have another PRS, which is
I always
nice.
wanted to have a cello case with a Thompson in it.
This one.
I always found them so cool.
Nice. Very nice.
I wish I had a Thompson, but not a guitar. But we can't talk about that on live streams.
No.
That's why I named the name, not
With or
Yeah.
without the plate cartridge.
Yeah.
Sam, I got a buddy in California that he's been a roofer all his life, and he's also plays guitar. He's got a Washburn that is a Daryl dime bag that's labeled wrong on the headstock, and it's highly collectible.
Oh, really?
In other words, it's got the flying Z, like Daryl dime bag, but yeah,
Uh-huh.
he said it's highly collectible.
Well, I really want a Gibson, but I
they're
think
like 7-8 grand. I think a good one.
well, it depends. I mean, it depends on which one you go with. That the PRS I've got in here is like a $5,000 or $6,000 guitar, and then this one's about a $2,000, and that one's about 30 quid. But my son comes in and just like shakes it around and stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, let's just put the expensive guitars out the way then. So yeah, I want him to take an interest in stuff, but yeah,
It's never too early to learn.
Yeah, right. No, yeah. I know.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, you are from the land of Pete Townsend, for crying out loud. He could start early.
Well, I've got Brian May just up the road, so he lives in the next village along.
Well, Brian May didn't destroy guitars like Pete Townsend did.
Oh no, definitely not.
Matter of fact, he made his own guitar. Remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
And there's a barber in town, and this is no lie. There's a barber here in town in Vegas that did their hair. He used to have a thing on one of his walls. He took it home now. But it's all autographed from all the guys, including Freddie, and he used to do their hair. I mean, he did a lot of famous people's hair from when he was in LA. My barber, and it's like, man, I would love to have that picture because it's it's signed by. I mean, the whole band signed it.
That's cool.
And he's been offered money for it and won't take it. He goes, no. I'm done with that.
Cool.
That's good. I think we should give away a roll of calling me.
Oh, let's do that.
Done the Ziltech.
What the hell is that, man?
All righty, Paul Maker Filament. They have like a million different colors, a lot of different types. They ship almost everywhere in the world. It's awesome filament. It's some of the best out there. We're going to draw for one winner right now. If you're in chat and you win, you have a chance to get some great filament. I'll give you my email. Simply send me an email. But while the stream is running, later on tonight, I will send you a link that you fill out, and you get a free roll of Polymaker with free shipping anywhere they ship to in the world. If you don't want it, or you have me redraw. So anyway, here we go. If we can get help counting down from everybody in 5,
4,
3,
5,
16,
69.
who's it going to be? Anybody but Matt.
Look at that.
Redraw. I'm not allowed to win.
All right. Yeah, I'm not allowed either, but very cool. Have you ever won anything before?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, if you haven't, there you won. But anyway, here we go. Redrawing, everyone. It took me years and years online to eventually finally win something. And then
it's gonna
people,
be
when I
Dan.
did win
It's
stuff,
gonna be
people like,
Dan.
he's won before.
Oh,
Joe
it's
Galasco.
Yo,
Joe Galasco, are you in chat? And do you want the filament or you want me to redraw?
I'd say the
Joe
coolest thing on one
Galasco.
was tickets to see Motley Crue back when they were
Joe,
still a good band.
Joe Galasco, sweet. He's in chat. Here you are.
I won.
All right, Joe, here's my email. Shoot me an email, and I will respond to you later on with a link so you can fill it out. Congratulations.
Yeah, he says to send it to me.
And you also are unable to win, Matt.
Aw. Don't tell everybody. Nobody knows. But me and you. Now the whole world knows.
For you with me, and me and you.
There we go.
Together.
Nice.
Well, there we go,
Still
Jerry.
string-
We've had
still
that on the
stringy.
dryer for 42 minutes, and it's dropped it from 43% down to 21% humidity in that box.
Nice.
That's better than the other one. And that's with the same settings.
Dale, are you
Sam,
sure
who's
you're getting...
Jennifer?
That's Tripod's wife. She wants her handcuffs back.
Who's Jennifer?
Dale, try just out of curiosity, just try maybe dropping it. Jesus.
What
10
was that?
degrees.
Somebody sleeping?
I don't know what that was. Maybe drop it 10 degrees and see what results you get.
One, I know it will.
I've had quite a few people say to me recently, I've been printing at this temperature and it's just really bad. And then I was like, are we actually getting the right readings out of some of this stuff? So what you think you're printing at, you might not be printing at.
This one, I've dropped down as low as 175.
Oh, really?
And I still get about this much.
Holy.
This one was done at 200, and it's thinner wisps.
Yeah.
So there's something definitely about this. I mean, considering that filament's been in the dryer overnight and all day today running,
yeah,
I can pretty much, and the hygrometer on it obviously was down to like 15.
What machine is it?
I can pretty much say it's not a humidity problem.
That's Petri, right?
I've tried, and I've tried.
Yeah.
I mean, it's PLA, so I mean they range it from 190 to 220.
Right.
I said, okay, well that's like PLA plus temperatures anyway. So I thought let's just drop below that. So I tried 185, 180, 175, and that's as far down as I wanted to go because I didn't want to end up causing a problem. But I was still getting the strings. Yet, like I showed earlier today, if it's not little tiny pegs like this, it prints beautiful. This one had no stringing whatsoever.
Okay.
So
Sam,
it's
what color
something
is
about
this?
short retractions and short periods where the nozzle sits for a split second on the top.
Dale, show the dragon again. And Sam, what color you think this is?
It looks like yellowy gold. Or is it translucent?
It's translucent.
I said egg yolk.
Yeah.
Egg yolk.
I have to agree.
I mean, a silky egg yolk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Fantasy Filaments transparent orange.
In Paramount 3D, that's an actual color because I have a roll. So that's why I keep saying egg yolk.
Nothing wrong with that.
Egg yolk is what you use for because I've done some of Looney Tune characters that people know about, and like for the beaks, like for Foghorn Leghorn, it calls for egg yolk yellow.
Yeah, let me just answer that one. PC Van Vliet. You're right, obviously, but when it gets that thin with PLA, as soon as you do that, depending on what the model is, those start to get very wobbly. But you are right. That's normally what I'd do is just give it a waft, obviously with a hair dryer or like a little jet lighter from a distance. And when they're that thin, yes. But when they get like this, no, that you're gonna melt those. And if you're doing something like the quasi-crystalline spin network, or if you do the Tesseract model that you can find, I think I found that one on Colts 3D, and scale it down where each of the pins are maybe a millimeter. it gets a little bit less structurally sound when you start hitting it with heat.
Must be a retraction setting if you've tried different temperatures.
That's what I've been trying. I've been adjusting it distance, how far it pulls it back. So far, I've gone up as high as 1 millimeter, down as low as 0.4. Speed wise, I've gone right down to 20 millimeter per second. That's given me the best result with that yellowish one. And obviously as high as 80, so just can't quite nail it.
Yeah, I've spent the Creality sent me the K1C, and the K1C has a number of weird, inconsistent issues with it. And then I flew to China. Then I tested exactly the same filament on other K1Cs that they had in their exhibition room thing. Same issue. So I'm like, well, can we get an engineer down here to have a look at these and tell me why we're having this problem? And I think it's either a bent Z rod or the bed for some reason has got a slight bit of movement because the prints were just really inconsistent. So
so it was like wobbles, like you would get. So
like it was odd. And again, we were messing around with Z retraction. I spent a good few number of days trying to work out what the issue was and speaking to people about it. And the guy at Creality goes, yeah, I've just spoken to the engineer. He said basically if you take everything apart and put it all back together. And I said, but this is on your machines in your experience center. Why would I want to do that? Like, get your engineer down here and let's fix this. And they're like, well, no, we haven't got time. And I said, well, in that case, then the video that's coming out is going to go, this printer has a problem and you're not willing to solve it. So we're gonna wait and see what happens with that. But they sent me another K1C, the red one. And we're waiting to see if there's any kind of differences. But they've also swapped factories, so who knows? But
maybe you'll be able to answer this one then. I've been talking to a gentleman that got one of the K1, I think it's K1 Max, and he had a board blowout. Obviously, initially, one of the PCBs on the tool head went, and so it took out something on the main board. So he bought all new boards, put the latest, firmware on it from the Creality.com website. Obviously it's a Clipper image. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It gets through all of the setup things until it gets to the bed level, and then it's as if the sensorless end stops are not working. It literally tries to go off the bed.
It's probably got they've probably changed something. That's generally what they tend to do. Is you'll find that there's something on the tool head that's different. It could be any number of things, but what's probably best to do is go through to the Creality support. I had exactly the same issue though with the X1 Carbon, and that was on the LiDAR. They had a version 1 LiDAR and a version 2 LiDAR. So same thing, kept getting this error every single time. So it's not just one manufacturer, but as we know, Creality unfortunately have a reputation, and that reputation is usually not being very good at certain things. Like quality.
They stopped talking to him. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So it is what it is, and it's the same with the K1. The K2 Plus. Potentially that could be a really good printer, but they didn't innovate anything. They just did the same thing. They just did 16 colors, 4-color AMS. Why didn't you do 20 colors, 5-color AMS? Why didn't you do something more than what's already on the market? And the market said that they just wanted a bigger bed. And I was like, but the market doesn't necessarily know what it wants. So, we all didn't know we wanted multicolour printer until Bamboo sold us that solution. And now people want to print multi-materials, multi-colour, multi-whatever. So, it's a really interesting observation. And, sometimes it's quite uncomfortable, especially when you're stood on stage talking about a company that on a script is claiming innovation and setting up a community and doing all these things, where actually the truth is that the community built itself on a load of printers that didn't work properly. And that's why that community came together. And the reason that Bamboo Lab are even in business is because they were stuck with quality control issues with various printers that they had. So, the whole one hand washes the other hand, so to speak, unless you're an amputee. In which case, you're obviously going to be doing something else. But yeah, it's an interesting. Everything's very interesting. What, just out of interest, is that a Voron?
Mine?
Yeah. What's the printer? I can't see it.
Thank you for that. But no, actually, it's when I built myself from my own ideas.
Okay, sweet. Okay.
It took a lot of inspiration from Voron, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
It's got about 40% FISEC components. So I got the FISEC stealth burner, Voron tap, the lightweight CNC extrusion, the XY joints I made myself. Go ahead and laugh. I did it in Tinkercad. Haha. But it works. The Z-axis is actually done. It's the original X5SA Pro rails. I used them for Z-axis rails. That was a community mod I came across on printables. That was, I thought, brilliant. They're perfect for it. Built the Z carriage myself from that, and it's all centered around the FISEC Spider, and its brain is the Big Tree Tech Pad 7.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So you have a big, what they call it? Frankenstein printer.
It's called Frankenspider, yeah. Although my lovely wife said, "Yep, that one's called Frank." I said, "Okay, it's Frank then." So I'm taking the next stage. If I go, sorry,
SVO8?
No, I wouldn't touch it.
No, I've been watching those. They've got a few mechanical issues.
Yeah, my friend just received today one, and to test, and well, he's gonna let me know what he thinks of it. So he released the video.
The whole thing with Sovo is that the whole printer launch was just badly executed, and actually I felt quite offended that they kept calling it a Voron and kept saying Voron across the whole marketing. I thought it was actually,
until they got called out. Yeah. You mean until they got called out? Then they had to do a 1.5-page apology, and they said, "Yeah, and while we're at it, we just donated $1,000."
Yeah, I think they've done a couple of thousand now, but I mean, it doesn't. The thing is, though, it's not. And I think, you know, at being at Rocky Mountain and hearing people's observations of stuff, I just think that, yeah, you know, they've done something very similar, but you know, you're not, you know, categorically, you're not buying a Voron.
No,
so
definitely not.
Let's escape ourselves from that for a second. And Soval and Congro, unfortunately, are shady.
Yeah.
So
they always been nice to me, but
well, you know what? They've been nice to me as well, but they are shady. I don't care what anybody else says.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
What disturbs me, you can't get any spare parts.
No, I had a new contact. That person's now left. So the stuff that we did with the T300 that your mate won, Matt, they've now gone. When they said, "Oh, we're going to give away a load of filament," they kind of half did that, but didn't do that. Then forgot about it. Then did it, and you know, the whole thing was really lumpy. And I'm just like, can you just send the filament? Can you just stop messing around, messing people about, and just do what you said you're going to do? Like, why am I getting involved with this? So yeah, it's an iffy one. And then, you know, my last day in China, Anycubic just messaged me and was like, "Hey, can you come out and review our printer?" And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, we'll pay for your extended stay, whatever you need, we'll just pay for you." I was like, "Why didn't you tell me this a week ago? Like, I've been here 2 weeks. If you told me a week ago, we could have done something one night and done all this stuff and fixed this." But they didn't. And again, Chinese companies are notorious for leaving things to the very last minute. Scott knows. And, you know, it's always poor planning. Always poor planning. So, I don't know.
Leave things to the last minute or wait till we're 10 minutes into something before they started trying to plan it, Sam.
Well, let me tell you this.
There we go.
Let me tell you this real quick, okay? So I'm going to open source. So Creality said to me, "We're going to open source. You book a table as a creator, and we'll send a load of printers and a bunch of staff." And I was like, "Sweet, let's do that." So we're doing this whole thing, and then at the 11th hour, they turn around to me last week and say, "Now we're pulling out. We're not going to do it." And I said, "Well, here's the problem. I've already signed the agreement. I've already booked stuff and put things into situ. Are you pulling out completely?" They went, yeah. It's unknown territory for us. We're just deciding that we're not going to do it. So, you know, I have to show face here because open source are expecting me to come. And how bad does that look on me when a company is completely just turned around and let me down? So there's a lot of lessons to be learned there. And certainly if you're in sales, you don't say that you've won the order until you've got the purchase order and the job's been done. So, you know, there is a little piece of that on me. But when they told me categorically to go and book and do the things, I didn't expect for them to then pull out it's not the 11th hour as such, and somebody else has stood in instead. But it could have left me in a very, very dicey position.
That's why I'm so short. Pull out. But anyway, we're not going to go there.
There you go, Sam.
Oh, yeah.
A little tour around the chassis there for you, Sam. Just as you can see, I went topside with the kinematics rather than on the inside of the frame, because obviously those SG15 rails, you can't obviously put it on the top, otherwise things start hitting.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to go the quad, rails on the corners. I was literally working with what I had, But then down in here, obviously, you got your Spider 3 main board. There's MOSFETs, obviously, for bed and nozzle power supply. And then, of course, obviously, just because the big TreeTech Pad 7, it times out the screen. I can still look at here, So, but yeah, that's Frank.
That's nice work. Very nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Oh, Silverback Creations.
I mean, there's a lot of cables underneath as well, right?
Hey, Sam. I mean,
we lost him.
Lost who?
Sam.
No. There he is.
Sam's right there.
There we go.
No, we lost Dale.
Yeah, I'm back. Wrong button.
Yeah, that happens.
Just trying to get it back to the. There we go. That's what it is.
I got a question for Scott. He's not under contract with anybody, and I think he can give me an honest answer. Out of every printer you've ever owned, what would be your one favorite printer that, if you had to sell everything and keep one, what would it be? Or can you answer that?
Right there. Boron Trident.
There you go.
Let me get my button here to take a look at it.
What the hell?
Matt, I got Matt playing with buttons while I'm doing it.
Oi,
like
I'm not playing. I'm right here.
Oh, you didn't do that?
No.
Okay, I don't know how Kenny popped up then. All right.
It's Scott's
That's
Disco.
nice. So Boron would be your favorite out of all printers.
Right there, that Boron Trident, Jerry.
Yep.
Nice.
So if I had to pick one printer and get rid of all the rest, well, I also have a Boron Delta.
Now there's a question for you. Why the Trident specifically?
I just like the way it prints and it works, and it just works.
So versus say, for example, the 2.4 where they didn't do the flying gantry.
Right. I don't care for the flying gantry thing. I like the Trident with its 3-point bed
With the moving
level.
bed.
That printer just works. I mean,
thank you.
But here's a Boron that there's only one in existence, so you didn't see this, but
Everybody take pictures.
Green screen.
Fine.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, Delta.
Oh, nice.
I saw that
That's
one.
cute.
Yeah, that's nice.
Boron Delta.
Nice. Was that about 200 bed?
Hell, I have no idea. Let me get it up here and measure it.
Looks like 180.
Because it looks very similar to the Apostle Delta I have, which was like a 200 to 230.
Yeah. One over there.
My wife's got an FL Sun Q5 Delta sitting next to me. We haven't used it in about a year. It's just sitting there collecting hats and stuff.
I've got an FL Sun right over there. I don't know which one it is. It's got a Creality pad thing on it, running it and stuff like that. But it's one of the FL Suns. I have no idea.
Does
Let's
it have
see.
rails or does it have rollers?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got Sebastian popping in. Sebastian, hello.
It's got linear rails. Yeah, that's a 200
probably a
millimeter
speed
bed
racer.
exactly.
Yeah. Boom.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. It's upside down,
Yeah.
but it's exactly 200.
Yeah, so they modeled it after the original Coastal Deltas.
Yeah, and it's really weird. The bed is a kinematic bed, and it sets. I don't know if the camera's picking it up. Let me adjust the camera here and kind of turn this a little bit.
So they moving for the bed leveling instead of putting a Z sensor.
So if you can see, there's
Springs.
rods here, and then there's castle balls with springs to center it.
Nice.
So it's got a kinematic bed on it.
Okay.
It's 9mm. I think these are 9s.
Yeah.
9mm belts to run it. All linear
Bet you that's a
rails.
speed demon. Bet you that's a speed demon.
Yeah, I haven't even plugged it in since I got it home. It was given to me at Rocky Mountain, so it's here.
That's beautiful.
I honestly I haven't done anything with it, but it's the effector on it. Trying to see what hot end it even has in it, but it's got dual cooling fans. Turn it a little
It'll probably
bit
be
more
something
here.
similar to a V6 or similar.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's no way to see inside of it there real well, but
So did
Yeah,
Boron
most of-
abandon this, or they haven't done? What are they doing with them? Nothing.
it's an April Fool's joke, Jerry.
Okay.
Love it.
It quite literally was an April Fool's joke, was all it was.
Okay.
But it is a functioning boron-based delta. But it was literally made as an April Fool's joke, is all it was.
You gotta love it when somebody builds a printer just as a joke.
Yeah, the guy that originally designed it, he signed it. It's his signature's over on this. I don't know where it's at. It's on one of these panels.
Nice.
I think it's last
Right
April.
there.
There was a lot of creative stuff.
Right
Oh,
there's
yeah.
his signature. He's the one that designed it, but he's not the one that
Duran
actually
Delta.
built this one. I can't get the panels back on the damn thing.
Yeah, somebody interviewed Boron or somebody with Boron, and they had a CNC at Rocky Mountain, and they said
Yes.
it was going to be like $3,500. And I'm into CNCs a little here and there, and I'm thinking something that little, $3,500, you're nuts, because you can get into Onefinity stuff around, nice stuff for $3,500. That's almost commercial, really heavy duty,
Yeah.
heavy grade, very big 4-foot machines. But
Yeah.
then I understand it might cost that much, but doesn't mean it's worth it. Talking about the little CNC they have at the show. And I got my
That looks like a printer.
400 by 400 by 500. It sat for a couple of years. I haven't used it. I've got clipper on it,
Nice.
but I haven't done nothing with it. And my Hypercube needs to be something else.
There,
See
can you
what
see
makes
it, Dale?
Yeah,
So this is my castle
very nice.
that I'm
Thank you for
redesigning.
sharing that.
If I can get the camera to look at it.
Let me go
Belt
back to
templates.
Scott for a minute. Hold on for a
Yep.
minute, Thomas.
Yep.
There it is.
So is
That's
that,
nice.
is that like they had at the show that was enclosed? And he was talking over $3,000 for it.
No, this is the Milo mill. It's totally different than the boron mill. The bed moves only in the Y, and then the spindle itself moves X and Z.
Okay.
This here, the spindle only moves Z. The bed moves X and Y. And I just last night got the touch probe working on it. So now I have a touch probe that goes in there. You can see it here to touch off the workpiece and set everything. So I just got that working last night, and then I was going to do the enclosure on it, but Jason wanted me to wait until the LDO enclosure comes out and do the LDO enclosure, not the Milo Casa, which is still the Milo Casa, just LDO's kit. So, but I still want to machine with it in here in my office, so I built my own vacuum.
Nice.
Will that call it support 1/4-inch bits or just 1/8 inch?
This is just an ER16, so it'll go up to 6mm.
Okay.
Which I don't know what that translates over to. far as inches go, let me switch it back to inches. That's a 1/4 inch. Exactly a 1/4 inch.
All right.
Nice.
But there's one of the, that's my E from Edge of 3D that I machined into some thin plate. Then I engraved it on the back.
Yeah.
You can very slowly and carefully do steel, but you can break a bit that quick too. So, but you can't.
No, it'll go right through. It'll go right through these hardened jaws like they're not even there. Ask me how I know.
How do you
slow
know,
down?
Scott?
Didn't break the bit. Didn't even really change any sound. It just zinged right through one of my hardened jaws. But there's another plate that I engraved with a little bitty tiny end mill, like a 1 millimeter.
Yeah.
And then this was the very first thing I ever cut on it, and that was to get the serial number for it. It's serial number 40. But and I actually did that. Well, I think I was on stream with Justin, Rocky Mountain. The day after I did this, so I flipped it over. Same day I did this, so I flipped it over and I did the back side, but then I just faced this off and cleaned the Fabrico logo off of this side. So, but it's getting there. A little bit at a time.
Looks nice. Almost looks like a traditional mill setup.
Yeah, it's real close to a traditional CNC mill. And the only changes I make is
Thomas, you want to show what you're working on?
Oh yeah, let's see. I need to switch it over again.
And then we'll talk to Sebastian. Kind of give everybody a chance here.
Yeah. So this is based on a Anycubic castle. Added belt tensioners up here because the belt tensioning on the castle is bad. New effector with drop effect, hot end, the next G, and APUS extruder. Yeah, and stiffeners and stuff. I haven't finished it yet. I want to use this screen, among other things. And I'm converting it.
Though.
Oh, thank you. Converting it to 24 volts. So need to wait for some stuff.
Yeah. Is it still going to work with the original Anycubic frame?
Yeah, that's the same frame.
Yep.
Just stiffened and added features I was missing. So especially the belt tensioners.
I've still got the castle that I got, and I picked it up from somebody at the other side of the country from me. They put it up on one of the printing groups saying, is anybody interested? I said, if you let me pay the shipping, I'll have that. And it was a brand that started in the States, actually. It's Folgertech Castle Delta. And I was surprised to see it over here because of that. But apparently I got it during the COVID lockdowns, and the gentleman who ran the company apparently closed down due to the lockdowns hurting him so bad. And, he kind of went poof. He managed to pop up, me and another gentleman from somewhere there. We found him. And so he gave us the source code for his firmware. It was Marlin, and we were playing around with it. But I ultimately converted it to Clipper. And now it's sitting in a storage box at the moment because I just don't have the room to put it out again. But at some point, my missus has already said that's mine.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Sebastian, hello. How are you doing today?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm fine.
Yes,
I have a bunch of new stuff, and also because of you talking about the Sobol SB8, I was tuning in. But I have a bunch of new stuff here too, like what could this be?
ESUN.
Yeah, but there's no ESUN in it. I was surprised to get ESUN packages. All the new Arion rainbow colors. Yeah, all different ones.
Nice.
I used to print with Arion in the past a few years ago, but because my filament runout sensors, I was getting a lot of inconsistent pools that were jamming my sensors, and I quit using them 2 years ago.
I have no problems. I mean, they're excellent with silk filament. I mean, silk filament they have way more than any other company I know of.
Yeah. Well, the quality control got better. Aaron Lau is, I think, the man I used to deal with here in America.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
I spoke
around.
to him.
I speak to him.
Yeah, me too.
I posted some stuff that I did with his filament on a different printer on his Facebook group a couple of years ago. He wanted me to take the post down because I didn't have his printer on it. I said, well, I'm using your filament. I said, if you want me to use your printer, send me one and I'll review it.
Yeah, they
This
put a
is the
lot
one
of
I like
money in
best.
that
It's
regard.
called-
I actually got to mess with some of their PA12CF. That's what I used actually for the joints on Frank, as well as I reprinted most of the stealth burner with the same stuff.
They have 4 different ones, but this is the one that looks best in my opinion. It's called Palette.
Very pretty.
Yeah. If you have it here in real life, it's much more colorful than, for example, the Sunroof rainbow also.
Oh yeah.
And I saw that someone else here in the stream also has this thing here.
Oh yeah, I got one.
Back.
What did you get for the electronics? What did they give you aside of the usuals?
I got a mini fan. I got the spanner that you have in the background.
Yeah.
I got a notebook.
Yeah, same as me. Yeah.
Some patches.
Yeah, stickers.
A
cup. It's a sippy cup.
And
So basically, they
here's
rated
the special thing.
Timu.
It's an extruder. This the gear.
Which extruder is it?
Yeah, this sort of. I don't know what it is. I didn't assemble it yet. It's some extruder.
Can't quite see it. Oh, I know what that gear is though. That's their BMG gear, and that looks
Just
like
says Warren
a
and
Titan.
something in Chinese.
Yeah,
here.
I think that's the Titan. I think that's their Titan.
Yeah. And the pen, and of course this.
Yeah, the hoodie.
jacket or what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a windbreaker, and if you look on the inside, there's a little pouch. It all folds up and goes inside it.
Okay. No, I didn't check it yet. But yeah, no, I don't just have the reality t-shirts, but also a biceps windbreaker or whatever.
Nice.
And I got another laser.
It doesn't fit me no more. I gained too much weight, but I got a white Crowley t-shirt somewhere and a white hat.
Nice.
I got this thing here. 1 second. It's a bit big. Can you see it?
Yeah. Just about.
It's a ECMA P2, 33 watt. Laser engraver. Actually, nothing special about this. The only thing I really want to try with this is the IR toolhead that they are coming up with. So it's like a DPSS
Kind of
laser,
reminds me
but
of-
on a normal XY platform and not with a Gavo. But yeah, besides that, it's just a normal diode laser. But quite powerful. I mean, 33 watts.
It looks
looks
almost like the Homer Spider or whatever. What's the company called?
They were called that. Oh God, what were they called? The guy was stealing all the money. Wasn't
Yeah.
That
It looks
guy.
exactly just like that. The brand.
Oh.
I mean, the logo almost.
he? Yeah, I thought exactly the
X-Tool?
same thing.
You mean X-Tool?
No.
Did Thomas already leave? Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas left. He had to do something.
Yeah,
He left
take
a
care,
message in
Thomas.
private.
Yeah, I just seen that. I didn't see him on camera. Sorry, Thomas.
See you, Thomas.
Have a great day. Thank you for joining in.
No, I was curious about what he got in the FISIC one because I ended up getting the Revo hardened steel nozzle they do, and the peak plastic spacers for the beds on a Voron. That's the ones
So
I
not
got.
not everyone got the same
Nope.
thing.
No,
Okay.
somebody posted on their group. They got the clipper extender. You know that controller they do.
Yeah.
It was
Sure.
sorry, Matt. It was TiVo.
TiVo, yes.
Oh, I remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Oh, yeah, the
remember
TiVo
the
tarantula.
Yeah.
tarantula. Yeah.
This company contacted me, I don't know how many times, and I wanted me to test like 3 or 4 different types of printers. And they sent me one, and I'm like, yeah, never again. That the firmware was a mess, the printer was a mess. I mean, the whole. I mean, literally, you had to build a brand new printer to make it work.
Yeah.
I think it was TiVo that sent me the green one right after I bought my 2 Coralities. The first one they sent me to review from a company. It was green. I can't think of it. Maybe it was it Tarantula?
Yep,
It was a great printer. I don't remember which one it was, but it was a beautiful printer. Worked great. I eventually sold it, but it was green.
And then it became Homer's. Literally just after that, and now I think it's this other company that's now into lasers and stuff. All these open lasers. I don't do anything reviews with any of that kind of stuff now. Even the Creality one, 40-watt Falcon, they sent me. I left it, and now they've sent me the Pro, which is the one with the enclosure, which was pretty good. But all the footage you're seeing at the minute, all the stuff that I filmed in China this time round, it's all been edited prior to me leaving, so it's with the editors now. I didn't want to leave China and then go, oh, now I've got like 12 weeks of work, editing stuff. So everything was just done, shot, and sent straight over to my editor. So yeah, plenty stacked. I think we've got about 25 videos stacked at the minute.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, editing's a pain in the butt. I'm not. Someday I'll have an editor. No, I don't ever want an editor. I'll never be that big.
I've been really lucky actually, because the guy that's doing the editing he 3D prints. He's into it. So like when I'm talking about stuff, he already knows everything about it. So it's it's a good thing.
Yeah, Jim's partner in EduTech, right?
No, but I'm doing a bit of work with him at Open Source, I believe. But no, this guy's out in the Philippines.
Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, no, he's doing good. In fact, False Hammer, if you know him, the resin guy. Same editors, same group of editors.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
How does somebody charge you for something like that? Is it by the hour? Is it by a certain amount of footage? Or I don't need to know prices. Obviously, it's private, but
yeah. So I mean, it's open anyway, but it's depends how much you need. So he works for me every day. So the good news about the Philippines is that when I wake up in the morning, there's a video that's been edited, and then I can go onto a thing called Frame, and then I go onto Frame and then put all the bits in, add a load of comments, add tons of comments to the video that he's done so far, and then he gets all that information. And if there's anything I need to add, if there's any voice, if there's any bits to camera, then I can quickly do that, send it back to him, and then again he's editing stuff overnight, and then I get it the next morning, and it's kind of ready to go. So. But yeah, he works 2 hours a day for me every day.
Wow.
But that's what he does. That's his job. He's a video editor. So things are done pretty damn quick.
Yeah, and especially if it is somebody who's already have the skills of video editing, it doesn't take that long.
No, the biggest thing that's been a challenge is learning my style and learning I'll just send him like a load of stuff and then just be like, oh, I'll do the voiceover later. And he's like, how do I put this together? There was one thing he did in one of the videos where I'm asked a question and I'm stood there for a second, and he does like the modem kind of noise and it has a cog over my head, which I thought was brilliant. And I was like, definitely keep that in. That's the kind of humor that I want, and that's great. And there's one with Creality Kevin where he goes, and he does like a zoom into his face real quick, and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff was just really, really funny.
Well, I'm just noticing the time here, so I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Dale. You're always welcome. Great having you on, man.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. Good to see everybody.
See you, Dale.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Vincent, hello, my friend. How are you doing?
It's good, doing okay. Tinkering around a little bit. So I've got a question for anybody got a K1. I've got some the extrusion issues, but every print I do, it's on the same layer height, on a couple of layers, and then I switched prints, did an own design. I did everything. Switched bowden tube, spool, nozzle.
Have you
Still,
have you tried buying a bamboo?
no, not yet. I wish I had the money for that, man. I've been fixing up my place, and I spent so much money in that. That's the next thing on my list.
The problem you've got, Vincent, with this is that there are so many versions now of that extruder that it could be any number of things. I experienced on a really early one a major issue with the heat creep coming from the motor. But you're saying that it's under extruding at a certain height.
Yeah, same layers. I tried a couple of different prints, and let us say this one. You cannot see it on the camera, but it's like on this layer and on this height and on this height. And when I do a different print, it's the same issue, exactly at the same height.
So the one thing I've seen quite a lot is the PTFE tube getting pinched at certain points. So that would be replicated, because obviously you would have had a particular point where, you know, it would have pinched it perhaps. The PTFE tubes are bad on those, and pulling. Oh, you've already done that.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Switch the tube, switch the nozzle, new gear, updated the software, different slicers, different style of prints, different
Have you
speed.
cleaned the rods?
Everything. Yeah, I did everything.
Different SD card. A different SD card.
Yeah. Yeah, this one doesn't have an SD card. It's automatic.
Yeah, you send it via Wi-Fi.
Sell it and use it as a down payment for a bamboo.
Yeah, I really want to get one, but gotta save up.
I have the K1 Max below the eSound box here. I guess it's some slicer profile thing. Maybe try to print hotter and slower. Limit the flow rate.
Because that's what I'm trying to do now.
Try to limit the flow rate, because maybe it's a partial clock that then fixes itself again. So maybe just try to print hotter and a bit slower. And of course, if you print PLA, open the door and remove the lid so that it doesn't overheat. And also
the lid is off. The lid is off. I'm printing on 225 now, and I turn the speed way down.
And don't turn the speed down, turn the flow rate down, and try to reduce the platform temperature to 45 degrees, because that also heats up the whole thing, and then the extruder might overheat and causes a proper sort. And
I don't know if you saw the mod that John just put out. He's put a Bond Tech on the back of it and basically pushed it through like a Bowden, and like doubled the output, doubled the speed, doubled everything, and with very, very good results apparently. So you know the problem is with all these machines is that, you know, nobody's really taking care of the issues that anyone's really got. So my original K1 I've still got, but it was riddled with issues. The second one they sent me was actually very good, but you could tell that, you know, it had been privately built by the engineers and sent out to me because I trashed the first one. The K1C that I've got here is there is a problem with it, and when I spoke to them about it, they were like, well, yeah, you know, maybe there's a problem, I'm not sure, which generally means there is a problem. And now they've shipped me another one, and I'm imagining that this one is probably not going to have those issues. So this is part of the problem, is that, you know, as content creators, if you're sent a machine and they are not production machines, you're essentially selling a lie, because what you're talking about is the machine that you've got might not be, or will be, should be certainly better than the ones that are perhaps going to be in mass production. And although it shouldn't be that way, it does become quite a dilemma. And you know, we see this a lot with you know, live unboxings where something goes wrong and there's a catastrophic fail. take Elegoo, you know, with the Orange Storm Giga. Damn, I'm glad I don't have that machine right now. You know, that's bad. There's some real major issues with that across all creators. So you know, wait for the version 2. Don't, you know, if you back that, that's a chunk of money there that you know, potentially is just going to cause you nothing but headaches.
And I know this printer where it came from, and in the beginning I already had a second extruder gear system came with the printer, because this one came from Ray. So
yeah,
before Ray got another printer. So.
Marcel, thank you very much for the 149 Canadian. Thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. And we even have a button for that if I can find it. Here it is.
Awesome super chat.
Thank you very much.
It's almost done.
Oh, nice.
Ray is building it for me because I don't got the LED know-how for it.
Yeah.
Look.
Wicked. Yeah, Ray's a good guy.
Yeah, he's building it for me.
Ray's good. In fact, I was bouncing a load of ideas off of him for the K1C, but you know, the issues that he's had. And really, he hasn't had that many issues. And I'm like, why am I getting these inconsistencies? Why am I getting this weird, you know, stuff all the time? And his one is like amazing and perfect. And I'm like, it's such a shame.
He told me he had some issues with his board or something.
I
don't know.
I'm glad.
I'm
glad. I'm actually glad about that. Good. That makes me feel a hell of a lot better. But I'm now over whatever I've had, because I'm glad that because yeah, that's good to know. That's good to know. The thing is, you are always going to have problems with stuff. You know, eventually something's going to go wrong, right? So
it is a machine.
Sane Smart sent me a CNC here, about a month ago. It's a $1,400 CNC. It has NEMA 23s closed loop steppers that talk to the control board. If anything goes wrong, it's supposed to detect the problem. And on my first job, as the y-axis is going back, the left side stops moving, the right side is still traveling. It gets cockeyed to the point that the whole machine is teetering like this in the time lapse, where I slowed it down so you could see it. No idea why it happened. Nothing was pinched. Everything is plugged in. It never repeated itself. I don't remember what the error code was in Candle, if there was one. Talked to the company. They thought maybe there might be an issue with the stepper, but I ran a couple jobs since then. It hasn't repeated, but why that happened, I have no idea. It's got ball screws on it. Doesn't have belts. So
wow.
I actually have problem with this printer right now with the bamboo. What it does is the surface gets very rough.
Oh yeah, okay.
The top surface.
Is that since you've done the firmware upgrade?
Probably.
Yeah, I've read a few people having some issues like that. There is something that you can run on the Bamboo software where basically you do the extrusion test, and yeah, there's an extrusion test you can do in the software.
Because I changed out the nozzle, I changed out bone tubes, I oiled everything, you know, and
yeah. If you go to calibration, it's on the flow dynamic calibration.
Okay.
I would try that and then hit at the bottom manual calibration.
Yeah, I thought about also to give it a good, because I had it for a year now, and I want to take the hot end out and clean out behind where the gear motor is to feed the filament through. I want to clean that part, because I did this on this one here, because I had it was stuck basically. A filament got stuck in there.
Right.
So I had to take the whole thing apart and take out the motor and clean the whole inside out. And oh boy, was dirty. I mean, there was a lot of brown dust in there.
You can make a small test print like a cube or so and just set the flow rate to 90%. And if that solves it, it's probably just over extrusion.
Well, but the first layer and the second layer, third layer is all fine, but it's just after like 2.5 mil, 3 mil. Especially when I do my key rings, it always happens on this side. But if I print higher than that, it's fine. So I thought about it. I had maybe a pinched nozzle or some. Pinched bone tube, because I do not have the chain system like with the P1S, you know.
Yeah.
So I thought about to upgrade it, but I'm kind of short of money right now. So, and the upgrade I think is like to do both printers like 80 quid, I think. So yeah, I'll have a look. Thank you for the advice.
Any rumors on Bamboo coming out with something at least 300 by 300 by Christmas? No, maybe.
I couldn't tell you that, Jerry. I did have a meeting with them. I can tell you that. I was in there for 2 hours, and I'm what I can tell you is I'm being sent something, but that something might never be a production thing. So that's really all I can say. But they've moved to a new building. It's absolutely beautiful. It overlooks the docks of Hong Kong, and but it's still on the Shenzhen side. And they've got a gym, and I was like really gobsmacked. So I was just like, "There's a gym here," and she's like, "Yeah. Dr. Tao's really into his fitness, and he wants everyone to be." And it's the first time, untraditionally, every other company has like a tea table, as Scott knows, the tea table thing. Although my trip to Creality this time, I did not get one single cup of tea made for me. It was a very
you gotta be kidding. Started and make you a single cup of tea.
I'm telling you now, it was a completely different experience. It was so odd and surreal.
Well, you didn't seem, in all the videos I've seen of you there, you didn't seem like yourself. I knew something wasn't right.
Yeah, it was.
He was missing his tea.
Well, I mean, even from the get-go, Selma was like off, and I was like, "What's going on?" And then it was only when we hit the bars and stuff, she kind of loosened up a little bit, and we kind of got to understand what has actually been going on. And there are, shit's been hitting the fan. There have been some issues there. There are obvious pressures there for them to perform and stuff, which is why there's a new factory. But they kind of bundled me into an office. They gave me an office, and then they just gave me printers, and then kind of left me to do whatever I needed to do. But the agreement was that because I wasn't allowed to take anybody with me, they were going to provide somebody, and that person was Kevin, and they gave me him for a day, and that was it. So the rest
PC.
He speaks really good, clear English. It'd be perfect to talk to and explain things to. Does he speak Chinese also?
A little bit. He's an English teacher. He's been there 7 years. He's a really nice guy, actually. Really, really nice guy. And I think, when you meet someone for the first time, and I think he had a expectation as to what I was going to be like, and I really had no expectation at all of what he was going to be like, but I knew I was going to be working with him, and we got on really well. So we filmed a load of stuff. In fact, in half a day we got done like 3 or 4 videos, and we were both like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we've just done that." And then the next thing was like, Star was like, "Right, we've got to do rehearsal. So we go off and do this rehearsal, which they changed every single day. And 30 minutes before I was due to go on stage, again, they changed the whole script again. And I'm like, why have we done any?
Oh, God, that's painful.
Why have we done any rehearsal? And then they're still going through. When they went live to do the whole show and stuff, I get a message saying, right, you're now not going to be on the show. As in, you're not going to be on the pre-show camera thing. The live stream. And I was like, what? And they're like, no, you need to be here. It's more important that you're here than you're on the live stream. And I was like, I've got an interview with Joel Telling. And they were like, yeah, but you need to be here. And I'm like, right. So I was fuming, absolutely fuming. And bear in mind, I've been there all day. I had to then, because they were like, oh, this is going to be filmed and professionally done. They shaved my eyebrows, right? And put all this makeup on me. I swear to God. And I had and this woman, she's like, you sit here, and I'm like, okay. And she's put all this stuff around me, and then starts doing stuff to me, and I'm like, Kevin, what is she doing? And I was like, oh my God, seriously. But so you can see
it doesn't have a unibrow.
They kind of took the eyebrow off from here, so I've got a missing eyebrow here and a missing eyebrow there. It was really odd.
Did they shave in the middle of too?
Just that was okay. That was okay. But it was just,
I'm glad I didn't go, because as soon as she started in on this, there'd have been a fight, and I'd have been on the next plane out of Shenzhen.
It was really tough. This one was really
they're
tough.
treating you like an employee and not a guest to represent them that does your own thing.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of like Brazilian content creators out there as well, and my argument was so if you see anything on the K2 Plus now, generally I've either had an email about can I use some of your footage, or they've just used my footage and given me credit, which is totally fine because that's what we signed up to do. But it was like I said to a few of them, I said, well, if you spent a little bit more time at Creality instead of going to Bamboo, because when I went to Bamboo, I saw a lot of people going in and out of there, and I'm like, this is really funny. One guy I saw at 5 different locations, and then we went to dinner in some random place in Shenzhen, and he walked in with Eligoo, and I'm like, how does that even happen? It's just the most surreal situation. But yeah, there was one day where Joy took me out to, that bad restaurant that's downstairs.
Yes.
And I'd eaten there during the day. If you remember, that was the one that was a bit iffy, right? The restaurant was a bit meh.
And you
The
went back
restroom
to
was
it?
really iffy, and you didn't look in the kitchen. We just ate, Sam.
That's it.
We didn't ask.
So I ate the second time there, and they had this kind of crunched up, beaten up chicken in a vat of like liquid, like a soup type thing. And I had some of that, and the next day I was so sick, and like V&D.
What is this?
And I was really bad. So I've just had something to try and get me over it.
It's
And we're
probably
going
recycled oil, what they use in China.
We get to the 13th floor, and I'm like, I need to get out, and I'm going to throw up. And she is like, no, it's fine. And Selma's with me, and I'm sweating, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I hadn't been drinking, none of that. It was just food poisoning. And we got up to the floor. I just chucked my bags, ran into the bathroom, and then just basically threw up everywhere. And again, you're in squat toilets.
I was just going to ask you, did you wind up having to use the toilets at the offices? Because I know when we were there, you wouldn't use the toilets there.
I did, man. I had to...
Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. And you know what happens now, guys? Here comes.
Awesome super chat.
Awesome super chat.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I did the traditional Western version where I took off my pants and my underwear and used the toilet.
Too much info.
That way. But yeah, listen, Matt, you have to. Being there and understanding it.
I know it's an experience to be in China, but
Scott had
can we not use pants on?
A hole in the ground, right? It's just a hole in the ground.
But it's just, the thing is, Jerry, it's just not even that. There's blokes just smoking in this restroom, and you go in and it's just like there's just stuff everywhere in the bathroom. I mean, that wasn't the weirdest thing that happened.
Steve L3D, $20. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
You're getting all this money because of my stories.
Awesome super chat.
You want commission from Jerry's donations?
Let me tell you this story because this is really funny. Okay, so I go out with Big Tree Tech. Okay, and I'm out with Eric, and we go. It's late in the evening. My meetings have run over, and Scott knows what it's like because you can't just go somewhere and then have a quick meeting and leave. It's really complicated. So I'm at E3D in the evening. There's this woman there who is dressed like a school child. I don't know what was going on. I'm like, this woman's met me. We've gone up to there, and she is like a robot. When no one's talking to her, she sort of shut down, and then when someone was talking to her, she kind of woke up again. It was really odd. So we go out, and Eric's like, let's go and talk about some stuff. Let's go and have some cocktails. So I'm like, let's get the Long Island's in. Let's do it. All these guys, random guys, just turned up. And we start talking about the death racers, and we're talking about, Big Tree Tech producing boards, electronics, motors, all that kind of stuff. And we do a deal. We end up kind of doing this deal, and we shake on it, and we're like, yeah, we're going to do it. This is going to be amazing. And they want to do stuff with STEM in Shenzhen, in China. And obviously I want this to be a wider thing. Really, really good chat. So he then says to me, we must celebrate. Let's go and do business KTV. So I'm like, absolutely. And I'm like, what song am I going to sing? So I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, business KTV, yeah, whatever. So I'm texting Hannah and Selma saying, just to check, what is business KTV? And they're sending back crying, laughing faces. And I'm like, whatever. So we get into this Land Rover. Eric's had something to drink already. He then gets in the back, and this guy turns up on a little push bike, throws his bike in the back, and then drives us to this KTV place. But the thing was, Scott, As you know, when we went to KTV, it was, it was what it was. This was not KTV. This was essentially a sex club. And I am like, in my mind, right, innocently, and I've been around the block, right? I've been around the block, but innocently in my mind, I'm like, what song am I going to sing? And we get into this club, and it is the most euphoric lights and women and everything going on. And I'm like, wow. So we sit down at a booth with 2 security guards. They are feeding us, drinks and loads of vodka and fruit and all sorts of other stuff. Then the women come in and sort of sit next to you. And I'm just like, oh, this is really, I don't want this. I really don't want this. And she doesn't speak any English, and they want to play a game with dice, and you end up, rock, paper, scissors was the favorite, and you end up losing and drinking. And I'm like, I need to go to the bathroom. So I go to the bathroom with escorted by a security guard. And I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm trying to text Selma back going, this wasn't what I thought it was going to be. Then one of the guys from Big Tree Tech, he comes up and he says, listen, he said, in a minute, there's going to be a lineup of girls, and you're going to pick the one that you want. And I'm like, what's the expectation here? Like, like, what am I expected to do right now? And it really worried me, because I was just like, I was getting drunk, and I was like, what is this? And is it going to be disrespectful if I end up not boning some of these birds? Right. I was like, what's the expectation here? And then then all chaos started. And there's like, I can't even explain to you. There were women hoisted down from the ceiling in this nightclub. I've never seen anything like it. But the best thing was, one of the girls had a Made in China tattoo on her thigh, and that just made my night. I mean, that was just the funniest thing.
No, I seen that picture you posted of her Made in China tattoo. So
yeah,
I just thought you were next door to the hotel. You said that building they were gutting when we were there turned into a Love Me parlor.
It did. So here's the weirdest thing. So I'm like, I need to go to the bathroom again. So I get away from the security, break away from the security guard. I'm at the urinal, and this staff member comes up behind me and puts a hot towel on my back, on my neck. I'm like, all right. And then he starts massaging me while I'm having a pee. And then, no word of a lie, he then manipulates my neck, crack. And I'm like, okay. And then the PDA
Were you able
came
to
out.
pee?
His PDA came out, and he wanted me to pay him for the manipulation he just made. And I'm like, dude, I'm still peeing. Like, can you just please leave?
Here I hold for you. Me hold for you.
Like I was mortified. And I was like, I think it's time for us to leave, guys. I think we're
we're done here.
Well, you said when you first got to the hotel, they put you in the back where the
yeah.
So
I was like, no, because I immediately said, they actually put me in your old room. I was like, hang on a minute. I said, Scott had a real issue with this room last time. So I said, can you just put me at the front? And it was okay. It was fine. But the best hotel was in Guizhou, which was the 52 floors up, and the bath overlooking the city and stuff. That was
I've seen your pictures of that. That was where you guys had the event at, wasn't it? Was it that hotel or?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was certainly more my style. But
that was a nice place there.
It was good. But I said to them, I said, look, if I ever come back, which is highly doubtful now, but I wouldn't go back for 2 weeks. I would maybe go there for a week or 10 days. And I found another hotel locally that I probably would have, preferred to go to. So I was like, look.
So I got to ask Sam, the girls in the parking lot at the hotel at Guangzhou, were they leaving CV cards the same as at the hotel you and I stayed at?
Well, the hotel that no, there was none of that. No.
Okay.
But at the original hotel that we stayed at, that was still going on. That was still a thing. But the building they were gutting, I don't even know what it was then. But now
it was a bank before.
Yeah, so it's like a employment place and also a massage parlor. And of course, Selma is going, oh, it's orange. Definitely don't go there. Don't go there. That's a sexy massage. And I'm like, well, I am in China. I don't know. But yeah, it was a very.
For everybody else, the hotel that Sam and I stayed in when we were there, at night, the parking lot would get populated with very attractive young Chinese girls. And they would drop business cards with their QR code and all that on it all over the parking lot. And then about 5 a.m., just before people started to get up and around, the little Chinese older ladies with their little brooms and their little dustpans would come out and clean up. And I'm talking piles of these cards and get them cleaned out of there. Because like one night it was about 3-4 o'clock in the morning. I hopped on the elevator to go downstairs, and the next floor down, this girl got on the elevator, and then one more floor down, another one got on the elevator, and they were obviously there for one thing. And then when we hit the lobby, they out the door they went, but as they go out the door and hit the parking lot, they're dropping cards going out across the parking lot. So I might have gathered up a couple of them for Sam. I didn't look at them myself.
Yeah.
For a friend, right, Scott? For a friend. Yeah.
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 You know, I was there to take care of Sam.
I'm kind of glad I didn't went to China.
Yeah, but the thing is, Matt, if you'd gone to China with any cubic, you would have had a different experience altogether, because that was
at the airport, probably be sitting
that
there.
apparently, I mean, you know, I have a set thing, you know, you pick me up, this is how we're going to do it, yada, yada, yada. I mean, I was on the back of Selma's bike 2 or 3 times. Like, she's got a new bike, and I thought, I'm going to die any minute. You know, this is just ridiculous. How are we doing this? But yeah, we saw Hannah twice. You know, we went out with Optimus and a bunch of other people from. Look, the thing is, with Creality, there are some really great people that work there. Like, really, like, true great people. But there's just the structure issue, you know, and unfortunately, getting past that is quite tricky. But when we saw the K2, which we saw by accident, I also saw some other stuff there, and I was like, "This is like alien technology." You know, when you imagine like a sci-fi film, and I was like, "What is going on? Why? What are these?" And I didn't want to make a thing out of it, like I'd seen it. I was like trying to look, and yeah, it was awkward. Can you imagine if I'd gone to that urinal and the towel had gone onto the back of my neck, and I turned around and Matt German was there? That was
oh God.
Oh, hello, Sam. Oh no. Let me talk about little things.
Oh, that's messed up.
It was only a dream. It was only a dream.
Why, you dream of me?
No, never.
Thank God.
But yeah,
I'm already taking, you know that, right?
Yeah, well, you know, everyone has their price.
No, Matt, he dreams that
no,
Michael,
no, I don't have that type of price.
While teaching tech.
I do. I haven't caught up with him for a while, and of course, I don't even know if he'd seen the T-shirt, because I was out with the T-shirt quite a lot with the teaching tech thing, which was quite funny. But yeah, I've not spoken to him for a little while. I need to maybe drop him an email and see how he's getting on. That's the nightmare material.
Just to say, I'm happily married, you know. So
it's a good thing you were on the streets of Thailand. You'd have to check to make sure all these hot women didn't have an Adam's apple, or they didn't have one that was shaved down.
Jerry, they don't have Adam's apples, and like I tell everybody that goes to Thailand their first time, because I go to Thailand a lot, the hotter the woman, the less likely was born a female.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm dead serious. The better they look, the less likely they are that was born a female.
Yeah.
And
so you saying us guys can dress better than a female can dress as a female?
I'm telling you that in Thailand, they can hide things in a string bikini that are going to shock the hell out of you when you're drunk in a hotel room at 2 a.m.
Hey, Scott, well, I got your attention. What is the price on that thing that you got, that mill?
Oh,
I think it's running about $12.99 or something like that for the full kit.
And what's the brand again?
Well, this is it's a Milo mill, but this is the LDO kit, and Fabrico and West 3D and a few of the others are selling them. Hold on, I'll look here right quick for you.
All right. It looks interesting.
So the $12.99.99 for the LDO kit, and that's exactly what I have setting here. That's the full LDO kit. Now, I have the new spindle that LDO is going to start shipping with the next batch. Nobody else has this spindle yet, but that's actually LDO's making that spindle. They're not sourcing it from somebody else.
Hey, Sam,
yeah,
you think you can hook me up with some bamboo cable chains?
Who?
Bamboo cable chains. You know the little chain what the P1F have? Like
Me?
so the yeah.
I'm Mr. Creality, mate.
Oh, okay.
For now.
I thought
I don't know.
I thought you were double agent or something, you know.
At
like
Remurf, you were
both sides.
Mr. Prusa, weren't you?
Yeah, I was with
Yeah,
Mankini and everything. I was Prusa, and in fact, I was supposed to be going to the Maker Faire with Prusa next week, but I'm still ill, so I'm not going to go. I'm gonna take a pass for that, which is a shame.
Now,
Must be the food.
I'll have Jerry put me on the big screen again, Kenny. I'm going to show you a couple things on here that I have on this mill that are not included in the LDO kit. So that this tool plate here, Fabrico makes that in-house. They mill it themselves. The tool plate that comes with the LDO kit looks exactly like this, but it's all tapped 5mm holes, where this is every other hole is a tapped 6mm hole, and then there's dowel pin locating holes. You can see there. So that's different than the LDO kit. And then these jaw vices here, those are Saunders Machine Works that Fabrico sells, or he's sold out of them right now. So like that tool plate and those right there do not come with the kit. Here's for comparison, this is the tool plate that comes with the kit. And those are all 5mm tapped holes, where Fabrico's, his tool plate's a little thicker, but the holes are 6mm, and the short rows here are tapped. The longer rows are dowel pin, and they're machined perfect fit. There's no slop in that dowel pin. In fact, if you get a little bit of oil on them, you damn near can't get it out of there because it creates a suction. It'll make a pop when you pull it out.
Wow.
But
that's what she said.
Matt, you're looking for the track chain for the P1P.
Pardon me?
That is nice.
You're looking for the track chain for the P1P Bamboo Lab P1P ultralight track chain assembly kit.
Yeah.
Okay, send me a direct message. You need 2 of these. I can probably have you ship these if you need them.
Hey,
thank you. Jobs are good.
Well, I gotta jump out, guys. I got somebody out here in the other room waiting on me to go to dinner. So,
well, thank you very much
for dinner.
Nice having you on. It's great seeing you back, man.
Yep. See you guys around. See you later, Sam.
Take care, dude. All the best.
Take care, everyone.
Bye for now.
Later.
Bye.
Oh, the 12 pound. Oh, last time I checked, they were like 25 pound a piece, a pop.
What time is there, Sam? Like 1 o'clock in the morning or something, huh?
It's 20 to 12.
Oh, wow. Yeah, your boy, the picture posted on Facebook, man, he's getting big.
Yeah, it's he's getting big and he's getting very cheeky. We've got I've done the Neptune 4 Max video, and it's really funny because he comes into the room and I'm like, hey, what do you think of this printer? Do you think it's good? And he's like, yeah. And then I said, would you buy one? And he goes, no. And it's really funny. And I'm trying
how old is he now?
He's 3, so I'm trying to do a little bit of like we did the big Lego truck for his birthday, and I'm trying to do some content, 3D printing with my son or for my son. So it sort of kind of shows people, I always read online, my wife's going to kill me, blah blah blah, that kind of thing, and I kind of figured that. Actually, your wife's not going to kill you, especially if you build something like this. And isn't this awesome? And you can do all these amazing things. So actually, the practicality around it is probably better than maybe you're giving your wife credit for. So a lot of that kind of stuff. So we're building things, we're making things, and I want to put. In fact, Can I share something? Can I
Sure.
share a screen or a slide? How do I do that?
You
This
got
would
any
be
selfies from the club with your new friends?
hang on a minute. I just want to show. Oh, don't know if I'm gonna be able to show you it. So there's a new file out called Droidica, which is about a 35 kilo droid that I can't share my screen, unfortunately. I can maybe do a screenshot and send it over to you, actually, Jerry. Give me 2 seconds. So it's about 35 kilos, this file. And I was sent the file today, and I'm definitely thinking about building it. It's another Star Wars droid, and I've already got a couple on the go at the minute. Come on, why is this being so slow? Come on. What is going on, Jerry? Here we go. Let me send that to you here. There we go. So this is about 1.5 meters in height. It's called Droidica, and it's from the prequels of the Star Wars movies. So you would have seen the pit droids, and you would have seen the B1 battle droids, but this thing is huge. It's bigger than you and I. It's a ruddy, great big thing, and it takes about 2 months to print. So yeah, considering it, and see if I could do it a little bit quicker than a couple of months. But yeah. So again, Droid Division, absolutely killing it with these new releases, and that was released officially today on May the 4th.
Nice.
But
Looks amazing.
It's something else. The files are beautiful as well. So if you saw the Creality SE droid that they've mislabeled as a pit droid, you know, we printed that at Creality, and we left the droid out there, and it's by the same designer. So he's a super. I don't even know how much the file is. It's probably about 35 quid or something. I don't know.
I don't understand why China misspells so many words. They've done this for so long, and then paperwork and wording, common words. It's like, did it translate wrong? I mean, how can they get the word wrong, or they get the letters mixed up or something?
Yeah, well, it depends who's doing it as well. It depends how, you know, people are often asked, "Hey, can you go and do this job?" And they do the job to the best of their ability, but it doesn't necessarily gel well. So there was a few things that I saw, certainly with like Creality, and I was like, "You're a professional company, and you're using like slurs, or you're using like the letter R, then the U, okay, kind of stuff." I was like, "You're a professional company. Behave like a professional company." And that resonated through to the person that deals with their Twitter, and they were like, "Oh, I'm really sorry." And I was like, "Don't apologize to me." I was like, "You just look unprofessional." So, like, if that's how you want to look, great for you, but that's not how I would run things down. So, I don't know. And again, yeah, you'll find that the English translations don't always fit what they're trying to achieve, and a lot of the stuff is pre-programmed. So at the moment they're on a national holiday, so anything that you're seeing being tweeted at the moment will be from a bot somewhere that they've already pre-set up.
When I was talking to Hal Tien regarding my fiber laser last week, I had to resolder my aircraft connector because it was wired wrong and wasn't working properly. And they PM me and they said, "Do you have a welder?" And I'm like, "You mean a soldering station or a soldering gun?" "Yes, I do." But they use the word welder, and I'm thinking, I got a welder in the garage, a wire feed welder, but that ain't. I know that's not what they're talking about.
No, that's right. It is lost in translation, unfortunately. A lot of the time it is lost in translation. I know, for instance, I would have had conversations with people at Creality, and they would not have understood a single bloody word that I said. And I might have been really passionate, and that probably came across. It certainly did when I went and visited Eligoo. You know, they were really like, there were 7 or 8 people there, and I came out of that meeting thinking, yes, I've won that. This is going to be amazing, and the opportunities are there, and all the rest of it. And then, you know, again, I messaged the lady, and she's like laughing and being quite inappropriate, and I'm like, what's going on now? Like, what's happened here? So a lot of the stuff is lost in translation, especially when you're messaging somebody that ultimately, you know, isn't culturally saying the same things that you are potentially. So yeah. There you go. sometimes the translation in combination with the product is bad, almost comically intended. Yeah, I see it all the time. I mean, the only company that I will say is like Bamboo are amazing, and I saw the same people that I saw last time. They haven't left. I interviewed a lady called Summer at Creality. She deals with Creality Cloud. And when I got there this time round, I said, "Oh, where is Summer?" And she said, she left the day that you left. So I was like, all these things that she said to me about Creality Cloud and how amazing it was going to be and they were going to do all these things was all BS because she left. So all the things she said she was going to do would never happened. So
it would be nice if Creality or some company would actually let you go to a manufacturing warehouse where they actually stamp and bend the metal, where they actually make the circuit board from scratch, where they make the stepper motors. I mean, but I'm sure there's too many companies involved in all that to actually go to all these different divisions where they make it from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, when you're assembling something, generally that would have been, they might have bought in so many thousand motors from wherever, 100,000 motors or whatever. So those elements are certainly there. They're not unattainable. But from what I saw, the way Joe Factory looked better than the one the two I'd seen previously. And there seemingly was a better process on what they were doing quality wise. So time will tell, and it's good to have competition. I like that competition, but if you're not innovating and you're just doing what everyone else is doing, then I think it's a foolish process. And you'll see in my next K2 video where I start answering people's questions, because they're obviously a massive video. I was the only one so far that's been able to do a proper video on it, and I filmed more stuff. So I've got another video coming out because I want to capitalize on that. But people are like, "Oh, you can't say the word bamboo," and I was like, "Well, I can say the word bamboo, but I'm doing a first look at a Creality printer. Why am I mentioning anything about bamboo? Like that has no relevance to what I'm talking about on a first look video. If I'm doing a criticizing video, then of course, then I'll be talking about, any cubic solution, and I'd be talking about, bamboo solution and potentially what might come next. But I just find like comments and stuff on YouTube are quite comical. And you need to be taking these things with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, somebody criticized one of my videos the other day, or actually this morning, because they didn't like my background music, which sounded fine for what I was doing when I wasn't talking. And they said, "Well, I'm not going to subscribe because I didn't like you were playing blah." Whatever, dude. Move on.
Yeah, everyone's got an opinion, and whether or not you want that click or you want that person to subscribe or whatever. One thing I did prior to going out to China is taking a very much a stoic approach to anybody that does comment, because a lot of those comments, 90% of those comments are just going to be people just trashing on stuff, or bots, or both, giving their opinion on stuff. But, frequently in my videos, I say, let me know what you think about this printer in the comments. So ultimately they are just telling me what they think about those things. So,
Hey, Brian, how you doing today?
So it's a tricky one. But yeah, Bamboo's advertising is provocative. It's the goat. I love that one, the goat printer, the greatest of all time. And they know what they're doing. They've got their advertising all wrapped up, and it hurt them with the A1, of course, which is why we haven't seen another printer yet. But I categorically can tell you this: there will be an R&D department where the managers will go in and go, right, which one should we go with? That one. And that will tick all the right boxes for all the right reasons. But you will never see a Bamboo Lab printer that is unfinished being put out into the marketplace like you did with the Creality K1 or K2 Plus, because those machines not only were not finished, but they were rough around the edges. There was one printer, they went, "Oh, don't film too close on this one." I'm like, what?
What?
I'm still waiting for the Sam. I'm still waiting for the Sam Prentice version so I can print a Sam Prentice.
Dude, I've got the new Otter scanner. They let me go away with the Otter scanner, and I you know what? Actually, Creality put out some really good products, and the Falcon 2 Pro is a great laser. 60 watt, which is insane. They also put out the Otter and they put out the Raptor, which is not the print of the Raptor, it's the scan of the Raptor. And I tell you what, they were great. And then Sherry is now sort of heading up the 3D printed shoes. And when I first saw those, this was last year, I was like, that is just a dreadful idea. I hate everything about that. And actually, it's actually pretty good. And when now I've seen the shoes and now I understand kind of more about that, I was like, I actually quite like it. And I quite like what they're trying to do with that. And I can see from almost from a designer's point of view as to why they would like that and why they would like to print that. And my cat's just come in the room, which has never happened before. That's really surreal. Yeah, so there was a lot of really good products that came out of that process. And you know, it's not just about 3D printing anymore. It's this whole ecosystem thing that they had going on. I did have to correct one of the managers though. He said in the meeting that they had sold more than 500 million spools of film. And I went, 500 million? I was like, I doubt that very much because I know what Polymaker put out. And he went, oh, no, 5 million. I was like, there's quite a stretch. There's quite a stretch between 5 million and 500 million. So,
oh my gosh,
yeah, it was quite embarrassing for him because I was just like, what are you talking about? 500 million? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, again, it's when they. I tell you what, the show the next night was, I think, better than the Western show. The Chinese show was fabulous. They had dancers. They had robotic dancers come on. There was a whole load of stuff that was just like mind-blowingly amazing. And I was saying, like, why didn't you have this on the Western show? This is brilliant. And they were like, no, we don't think the Western audience would like it. And I'm like, well, I like it, and I'm the only Westerner here, and I'm really enjoying it. Like, seriously, it just weird, just very strange, very strange.
How does the hairdryer work?
Mate, I tell you what, it's the first time in 42 years that I've ever had a hairdryer, and everybody was like, "You don't look that happy," and I'm like I've never
seen a
needed
picture of Zora on Facebook dressed like a ninja. What was she dancing to that? She looked like a ninja the way she was dressed.
Yeah, so she, I think that she had a 3D printed samurai sword and some other bits and pieces that have been made for her. So
oh, cool.
She's an interesting character. Poor old Zora. She's an interesting character, to say the least. But yeah, it was an interesting trip. Again, there's more to come out on the videos and stuff. But will I do it again? I don't know. Especially after the whole thing with open source. It's left.
We got 45 people watching. There's 26 still on YouTube and 19 on Twitch. I've been streaming for 4 hours. And I think I'm going to go eat dinner in a minute. So I'm going to raid into MakerDeck on Twitch. There's 40 people currently on MakerDeck.
Is Matt crying?
For those watching on Twitch.
Always, you know.
I really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for the donations, everybody. We'll be back next Saturday, 12 p.m. Pacific. Please like, subscribe, and share. I'm trying to grow my channel on YouTube and on Twitch even. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. So here goes the raid now on Twitch. Take care, everybody over on Twitch. Everybody watching on YouTube, thank you very much. Have an awesome day.
Bye, everyone.
Take care, and thank you all my guests for being on. I really appreciate all you guys. Later.
See you. Bye.